Chapter 1518. The large-scale cavalry army of 10,000 people suddenly went from advancing rapidly to being completely still in an instant. This made Wang Sui, who was sitting high up on his horse and looking around, click his tongue. However, his sloppy and slippery appearance inevitably made people wonder if this old fellow was really praising them. During this period of time, many Kiliarchs who had seen their commander from a distance were puzzled. Was this old fellow really a top-notch general of the Central Plains like the butcher old Prince Liang? Was he really not a swindler who came from some small corner to eat and drink for free? Did His Imperial Majesty accidentally use the wrong person? Wang Sui turned his head to look at the two young generals. With a smug smile, he said, "The military strength of the soldiers of the Central Plains has been declining day by day since the end of the Great Feng Dynasty. In the later stages of the Spring and Autumn War, they were so miserable that Northern Han could match your cavalry in 3 steps. Tragic, truly tragic. If it were up to me, it would be fortunate that Li Yang obtained the Central Plains. Otherwise, your Bei Mang would have taken advantage of the chaos to invade the south and unify the world. As for Li Yang, how did it succeed? Su Zhao's Su family army being able to fight was one thing, but that was not the most important thing. Rather, the existence of Su Shao and the Su family army set an example for Li Yang, allowing the generals to understand one thing. Oh, motherf ***, war could be fought so fiercely, and people could die so easily. Why else would it be said that Buddha strives for a stick of incense and man strives for dignity? As a result, a large number of young and strong generals who dared to fight and die appeared in the Li Yang dynasty. There was nothing to be done. Even if they could not compare to Su Shao, they could not be too far off, right? The previous 2 emperors of Li Yang, without mentioning anything else, had good eyesight. In my early years, I, Wang Sui, fought 4 battles with Su Shao on the northern border of Dongyue. Of course, I definitely won all of them. Hearing this, several generals in the prime of their lives subconsciously swallowed. When they looked at this old fellow again, they suddenly felt that his stature was very tall and his aura was very strong. The sunlight shone on the old man's armor, dazzling their eyes for a moment. This was someone who had defeated Su Shao. Moreover, he had won 4 battles in a row. Over the past 20 years, which general in Beimeng dared to claim to be a match for the old Prince Liang? General Lu Gui was powerful enough, but he was only considered half a Su Shao by His Majesty. Wang Sui continued, "Of course. Back then, I always fought against them with numbers. The greatest disparity in numbers was when I fought against Su Zhao's 600 people with 4,000 people. Over 500 people from Su Zhao's side died." Those generals who had just started to admire the old man almost couldn't help but jump off their horses and curse him. But Wang Sui continued unhurriedly, "If I remember correctly, those 600 old soldiers from Jinzhou are the backbone of Beiliang's 3 old battalions." Everyone was horrified. Wang Sui chuckled. "The greatest disparity in numbers was when I, Wang Sui, had 3,000 people and Su Shao had 1,900 people. I won with a great victory and only lost 600 people. Su Shao suffered a crushing defeat and lost his capital again. That was why he had to run to the Ministry of War Yamen in Liang to wait in the rain." Not only were the generals and the Kiliarchs quietly approaching, but even the 2 generals of autumn and winter were listening attentively, their emotions surging. Wang Sui asked and answered his own question. Am I, Wang Sui, really a godlike commander? Among the generals of the spring and autumn period, I probably am. But if anyone thinks that old man, Su Shao, is useless, then they are gravely mistaken. Su Shao is the truly powerful one. So what if he loses many battles? He can always win the last battle, and that is enough. When a general leads an army on the battlefield, don't learn from Yi Baikue. You have to learn from Su Shao." Wang Sui looked around at the faces that weren't too unfamiliar. He chuckled and said, "An army isn't afraid of losing battles or dying people. As long as there is that soul, even a tiger won't fall, let alone an army made up of thousands of soldiers." Wang Sui smiled. "I don't know how many of you here are truly dead set on dying for that old woman. But I know that Beiliang has 300,000 border soldiers who are truly willing to die for those 2 people." Wang Sui's eyes suddenly sharpened. After I arrived at the Eastern Front, I've been eating and waiting for death. That's because I, Wang Sui, don't think much of Gu Jiantang or the two Liao defense lines. What I really want to fight is the Bailiang cavalry. Wang Sui suddenly asked in a deep voice, who is willing to help me take down Ji province and then go to Yu province to experience Yan Wenlong's infantry? The generals looked at each other. Wasn't this a clear slap to the face of the king of the southern courtyard, Dong Zhuo? Wasn't this general afraid of angering his majesty and the order of peace? Wang Sui returned to his frivolous appearance. He curled his lips and said, looks like no one is willing. If it was a simple and crude method of provocation, these military generals who could become great commanders in northern Mang naturally wouldn't be moved, even more so wouldn't be so hot-blooded as to run from the Eastern Front to Ji province just because of this old fella's few words. But things were far from that simple. No matter how the Liang court viewed the Battle of Liangmang, Beimang itself was already full of worries. They were all looking forward to someone breaking the deadlock on a certain battlefield. Dong Zhubo Wang Jingchong was the first to break the silence. He asked in a deep voice, dare I ask, General, what if someone blames you for your crimes after this? Wang Sui laughed coldly. Blames my ass. If you're still afraid, then I, Wang Sui, will say something right here and now. I, Wang Sui, will bear all the consequences. Wang Sui laughed without the slightest scruple. Even so, it's not difficult for you guys who don't have balls to take down Ji province, which has lost all its elites. But can you really go challenge Yan Wenluan of Yuzhou? I think it's difficult. Wang Jingchong laughed. Then this general will have balls for once? Wang Sui narrowed his eyes and stared at this remnant of the spring and autumn period who had left his homeland at a young age. He said slowly, this, you can really have them. Qiubo de Rushui also laughed. Actually, this general's thing is not small. It's just that I don't usually see beautiful women, so I'm too lazy to show off. Since there are people from Ji province and Yuzhou today, then I'll have to show off my weapon. Wang Sui ignored the two Qiubo. There's no need to rush. I'll give you half a day to weigh the pros and cons. If you need to discuss with your elders, then hurry up. After half a day, if you don't want to stay on the Eastern Front, feel free to come find me. Oh right, don't forget to bring good wine. I know you've hidden a lot of good stuff. In the future, follow me, Wang Sui, and fight with your lives on the line. Give me a few jars of good wine today. If you don't dare, I'll return you to being a great general tomorrow. It won't be difficult for everyone to be promoted. Wang Sui looked to the east and spat heavily. Then the old man turned his horse around and slowly moved forward. He looked in the direction of Bailiang in the distance. I heard you had nothing better to do than wander around Jianghu. Little Jianghu? So what if you can fight 10,000 people alone? Can you compare to the golden spears and armored horses on the battlefield? Can you compare to the heroic sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of armored men? How can Su Zhao's son be so petty? Su Fengyan, back then, your father was completely defeated by me in Jinzhou. If you're really capable, then come find me to settle the score. If you lose, then obediently accept your fate. If you can win, then this world should belong to you, Su Fengyan. Chapter 1519. Bailiang's Jianghu had never been so lively before. Under Xianyuan Qingfeng's influence, many Jianghu heroes had rushed north to the border. At this time, Mount Wudong was going to hold a new debate between Buddhism and Taoism. This gave many Jianghu people who didn't want to get involved in Liang Mang's battle a way out. They didn't want to get involved in the mess, but they just took a detour to Mount Wudong to watch the fun. They didn't want to annoy the Liang imperial court, right? Everyone knew that the scenery of the 81 peaks was spectacular. Moreover, Ancestor Lu and the immortal Hong Shixiang who rode a crane to Jiangnan were both cultivating there. It was good to get some immortal qi. For a time, the number of foreigners pouring into Yu and Liang provinces was as large as carps crossing the river. As the local tyrant of Bailiang, the Fish Dragon Gang not only took the initiative to lead the way for the Jianghu Friends under the leadership of gang leader Lu Nerong, but also took care of all the necessities. Moreover, if someone didn't want to travel with others, they could get a lot of money from the Fish Dragon Gang with their travel pass. As for whether they really went to Mount Wudong, the rich fish dragon gang wouldn't really care if they went to the brothel to get drunk or to have a good meal halfway through the journey. This imperceptibly raised the status of the fish dragon gang in the Central Plains. It was true that the fish dragon gang didn't have many top masters, but it couldn't stop their wealth. If you wanted to live comfortably in Jianghu, didn't you need to rely on your fists and money? Otherwise, did you think you were the handsome king of Bailiang? It was said that before he started practicing martial arts, he used only his face to make more than 10 female heroes who came to Mount Qingliang to seek revenge fall in love at first sight. Since then, they were willing to stay in the Wutangen of the king's mansion as his mistress. The number of martial arts masters could be counted with one hand. The peach blossom sword god Dong Tai was too elusive. The great official Chao Chongqing was not young after all. Tuoba Bodhisattva was a Beimang barbarian who was born unlikable. Therefore, Su Fengnian, who was in his prime and had many magnificent achievements, became the most interesting topic of conversation for the Jianghu people in Liang. The king of Bailiang was full of praises for the king of Bailiang's signature products. Especially those shops that sold rouge and face powder, they swore solemnly that Su Fengnian had bought things for his close female friends. What made the young heroes and young masters most indignant was that these shops were obviously deceiving people, but the accompanying female heroes and fairies seemed to have been possessed and bought a lot of extremely expensive bottles and jars from those shops. The key point was that the real spendthrifts who spent money like water were none other than these men who protected the flowers. When the Jianghu in Bailiang was bustling, it happened to be the time when the Bailiang custom of rolling willows was at its peak. The sons of the Bailiang rich families would ride horses and shoot arrows in the countryside or in the martial arts arena. They would hang any object on a tree branch and shoot it down. This was called rolling willows. When the foreign Jianghu men saw that many Bailiang women were also familiar with bows and horses, they were inevitably shocked. They had only heard that the Bailiang people were valiant, but now they were sure that the rumors were true. Most of these Bailiang men and women who were rolling willows tied white hemp silk to their arms. After asking around, they found out that the people of Bailiang would tie hemp silk to their dead relatives within a month after they took off their mourning clothes. This was somewhat similar to how the families in the Central Plains tied colorful silk to their arms in the middle of summer to ward off ghosts and diseases. At the same time, this was also shocking. Could it be that Bailiang had really lost so many people in the battles at Huda City in Liangzhou and Huluku in Yuzhou? Why was it that when they were in the Central Plains, they only heard that the Bailiang frontier army either retreated without a fight or collapsed when faced with the million-strong Beimang army? However, they heard that the two Liao provinces under the command of the great pillar state Gu Jiantang and his son-in-law Yuan Tingshan's Jibei defense line were both filled with victory reports. After entering Bailiang, they saw with their own eyes that other than the Bailiang disciples who were riding and shooting willows that made them feel ashamed of their inferiority, the patrolling cavalry that was transferred from the Bailiang garrison made them feel awe and respect. It was said that these cavalry troops were far weaker than the cavalry troops at the border. If they were really sent out to fight the so-called elite troops in the Central Plains, wouldn't it be like a level 1 expert crushing a level 2 master? When most of the foreign Jianghu men began to climb the mountain or approach Wudong, they heard another two legendary news. The king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, had led 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry troops to battle outside Huluku. This time, he had broken through the enemy lines outside Huda City and forced the Beimang South Courtyard king, Dongzhuo, to retreat again and again. As for the infamous Bailiang governor, Chu Lushan, he personally led 8,000 Yuzhou cavalry troops from Huaiyang Pass to the northeast border of Liuzhou and defeated the Dong family's private army of 30,000. Evil people were hated by everyone, but if this evil person was one of their own, it was actually quite reassuring. Chu Lushan, the evil person who could stop children from crying, was the most suitable person to be placed in Bailiang's border. Not only would he not harm the Central Plains, he could also make the Beimang barbarians worry. In this way, Su Fengnian had become the king of Bailiang. Not to mention other merits, just subduing Fatty Chu and forcing him to stay outside Liangzhou Pass was already a great merit. Su Fengnian, after seeing Chu Lushan and the iron-blooded cavalry, which had suffered heavy casualties, for the sake of this Buddhism and Taoism battle, which was supposed to be held 2 years ago on the devil-slaying platform on Longhu Mountain, Su Fengnian specially rushed from Huaiyang Pass to the border between Liangzhou and Yuzhou. Of course, he did not come to Wudong Mountain to show off. It was because the spy from Fu Shuifang reported that 2 groups of people were coming to join in the fun. One group was Deng Mao and Yelu Dongchuang, who had followed Luo Yang into Ling. They seemed to have stopped hiding their whereabouts after entering Yuzhou. The other group was even stranger. It was a couple who could be said to be unique in the world. Su Fengnian paid more attention to them than the couple from Huyan Daguan. This was because the man was the white-robed monk, Li Dongxin, who was the abbot of the 2 Zen temples in name. He was also the father of a young girl who had long since decided to become a heroine. The arrival of the white-robed monk greatly justified the debate between Buddhism and Taoism on Little Lotus Peak. Since Li Yufu, the head of Wudong, was not on the mountain, the Taoist who was debating with the Buddhists was a Taoist priest that many people in Beiliang had never heard of. He was a disciple of Song Jiming, and it was rumored that he had just built a monastery on Little Pillar Peak. Not all of Wudong's 81 peaks have a Taoist monastery. Most of the peaks have been raised in seclusion and no one knows of them. Currently, Wudong Mountain only had 12 peaks. Among them, the big and small Lotus Peaks were the most famous. The Jade Pillar Peak, which was known as the Jade Pillar of Internal Strength, was also quite famous. From this, it could be seen that the Taoist priest named Han Gui, who was regarded as someone who could hold his own, must have some skills. In addition, the Green Mountain Monastery had been funded by the king of Beiliang from Mount Qingliang, and the status of Little Pillar Peak had naturally risen. As one of the ancestral courts of Taoism, Wudong Mountain was separated from Mount Longhu and had been fighting for hundreds of years. Of the few immortals of the highest generation, Wang Zhongluo was the first to pass away. Hong Shixiang, whose cultivation had reached Tongxian, was reincarnated for some unknown reason. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, who blocked the way, Wang Xinji, died heroically on the banks of Guangling River. Song Jiming, who had lived for more than 60 years, had also died. Now, only the enlightened priest Qin Yao and the self-deprecating Yu Xingrui, who had self-deprecated, "I can't cultivate immortality, I can only cultivate strength." The latter was also the person who had the foresight to bring Li Yufu up to Wudong from the East Sea. There were about 20 Wudong Taoists of the same generation as Li Yufu and Han Ge. After that, there were more Taoists of the 4 generations, especially the Ling and Jin generations. Unlike Mount Longhu, which was declining day by day, Wudong Mountain, which had been silent for 100 years, was becoming increasingly prosperous. There were now more than 600 Taoists of the Jin generation, and this was under the premise that Wudong Mountain was not willing to accept disciples indiscriminately. When going up the mountain to burn incense, whether it was the people of Lingzhou or the pilgrims of Ji and He Prefecture, they would usually climb the mountain from the southern divine path, which had the most beautiful scenery and the best route. Su Fengnian had chosen the northern divine path to climb the mountain. He did not expect that he had underestimated the huge appeal of the battle between Buddhism and Taoism. Apart from the 700 to 800 Jianghu people, most of the rich people of Beiliang and the other 3 prefectures had come by car or horse. There were even many people from Huainan and Gangnam-do who had come to burn incense and watch the battle. The northern divine path of Wudong Mountain was not wide to begin with. What was even more unfortunate was that it had started to drizzle early in the morning. The rain was not enough to obstruct the road, but the muddy road was a pain. Coupled with the constant trampling of the people, the rugged road of less than 20 miles was more tiring than 50 miles of the official road. Chapter 1520. This time, Su Fengnian didn't have any retainers following him to Mount Wung. Because he was in a hurry, he didn't even ride a horse. Instead, he chose a secluded path and flew like a bird, so he didn't look travel-worn. He wore a green robe and had 2 sabers hanging from his waist. One was a soldier that he had stolen from Jiang Fuding, while the other was an ordinary cold saber. At noon, Su Fengnian stopped at a simple and crude restaurant at the entrance to the Northern Divine Road. The name of the restaurant was quite interesting. It was called Passing Village Inn, probably to remind pilgrims who had come from afar that there wouldn't be another shop after passing through this village. The restaurant was already packed with people, all of them hoping to ascend the mountain as soon as possible. Su Fengnian could only sit on a small bamboo stool under the eaves with a dozen or so other people to shelter from the rain. If they wanted to eat hot food or drink hot wine, they had to obediently wait in line. Su Fengnian asked for a pot of tea. The tea was under the banner of Wudong's Taoist tea. For a palm-sized pot of tea, he dared to ask for an exorbitant price of 25 copper coins. Su Fengnian held the pot in one hand and the cup in the other. He drank it all in a few mouthfuls. When he asked the waiter to refill his cup, he had to fork out another 5 copper coins. Obviously, Su Fengnian wasn't the only one who felt that he was being overcharged. The pilgrims around him were also complaining. A few of the younger ones even had a bad impression of Wudong. They said that if a single leaf was like that at the foot of the mountain, then the Wudong Taoist priests on the mountain must be like that as well. From their accents, it was clear that they were all foreigners. Some of the Bailiang pilgrims who often went to the mountain to burn incense frowned. An old man smiled and tried to persuade them. He said that when they went to the mountain to burn incense, even the incense sticks were a gift from Wudong, and they didn't charge a single copper coin. Of course, how much incense money they were willing to pay, whether it was a few copper coins or a few taels, was all up to their ability. The old man also said that since he was young he would come here to burn incense 3 or 4 times a year, but he had never met a Wudong Taoist who took the initiative to ask him to pay. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, many foreigners who were curious about Wudong Mountain became interested. Some of them asked the old man if he had seen Li Yufu, the leader of Wudong Mountain. The old man laughed and said, "Of course I have. How could I not? Not only Leader Li, but also Leader Wang who broke the river with one finger and Leader Hong who rode a crane to Jiangnan. I have seen them all, especially Leader Hong. I'm not boasting. In fact, there are many pilgrims who have seen these people. If you go up the mountain today, you might meet Jinren Qin or Jinren Yu to interpret the divination for you. Unfortunately, I heard that Headmaster Li went down the mountain to travel. Then is it true that your king of Bailiang once practiced martial arts on Mount Wudong? Of course, I've personally asked 2 Taoists of the Qing generation whom I've been familiar with for many years. It's absolutely true. It's said that our king and Leader Hong have been close friends for a long time. On the mountain, one practiced martial arts and the other practiced Taoism. They trained each other. Their relationship was really good. A young girl from outside asked shyly, "Uncle, is your king of Bailiang really as handsome as the rumors say? How can it be fake?" The son of the general and the princess, there's no need to say anything about his appearance. "Ha, little girl, you don't have to be shy. There are many girls in Bailiang who want to marry our king," the old man said and pointed at Su Fengnian who was sitting not far away drinking tea. He joked with the young girl, "Look, our king is guaranteed to be as handsome as this young master." Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled helplessly. The young girl's face was red. Su Fengnian took a sip of tea and gently looked into the distance. Just like the Taoist temple where Han Gui lived on Little Pillar Peak, Green Mountain Temple, and Green Mountain Temple, one's state of mind would be different no matter where one was. On the battlefield, with corpses and bones everywhere, one could not help but feel sorrowful. On the other hand, if one was in the forest, it was inevitable that one would develop a somewhat wild state of mind. After personally experiencing the siege of Huda City, and then welcoming Chu Lushan and his 3,000 cavalry and 5,000 corpses back from the border of Liuzhou, Su Fengnian seemed to hear the sound of fighting even though he was already far away from Huda City and Huayang Pass, far away from the sound of war drums and horse hooves. The more peaceful he was, the harder it was for Su Fengnian to let go. There seemed to be an image in his mind. Bailiang's horse head was facing north. The spearhead was facing north. The blade was facing north. 300,000 soldiers at the border, for the barren land behind them, did not hesitate to die to stop Baimang's iron hoofs. When Lu Jinu parted, he said there was no need to feel guilty. The 60,000 people in Huda City were not fighting for Su Fengnian, they were dying for Bailiang. It was just that Su Fengnian was worthy enough for them to entrust their lives to and let them know that their deaths were worth it. But could Su Fengnian really not feel guilty? He could not do it. The people under the eaves saw 2 men coming from afar. One was stocky and the other was short. Because they were not eye-catching, They only glanced at them and did not pay them much attention. Su Fengnian slowly got up and called for the waiter to return the teapot and teacup. Then he stood at the edge of the stairs, right on the line between rain and no rain. When he made this seemingly unintentional move, the two visitors from afar also slowed down. But for the pilgrims under the eaves of the restaurant who were waiting to eat, this kind of peak confrontation between two people who were not in the first class and did not understand the mystery was not noticed at all. Behind Su Fengnian, people were drinking tea, chatting, and resting. They were completely unaware of the turbulent situation that was surging like a tide hitting the city wall. Although the two men slowed down, they still walked toward the restaurant. They seemed to be walking like ordinary people, but in fact, one of them did not even touch the ground and did not touch the mud at all. The younger man seemed to be carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. When he stepped on the ground, even the tops of his shoes sank into the yellow mud. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping, Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes. His right hand pressed on the handle of the soldier crossing the river, and he was about to step on the stairs. The middle-aged man was the first to stop. The young man beside him wanted to continue, but his companion suddenly reached out and stopped him. The young man's face was full of indignation. He stared at the guy and muttered in a low voice in the slightly awkward Mandarin of the Central Plains, "Do you think you're so great just because you fought old monster Wang and Tuoba Bodhisattva?" Then the arrogant young man sighed. "Well, you're quite great." He shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey! You know we're not here to fight. How can you treat your guests like this?" Su Fengnian looked at this young man who was considered short even among the men south of Liyang's Guangling River, let alone the tall men of the northern lands. His true identity was Yelu Dongchuang, a true and proper member of Northern Mang's noble family. Simply speaking, if that puppet crown prince were to die one day, then this fellow would be the same as Murong Longshui, a member of the royal family with the greatest hope of becoming Northern Mang's next emperor. Because of Jia Jia, Su Fengnian played a game of cat and mouse with Murong Longshui and Old Moth, the leader of Spiderweb. She was quite an interesting woman. For some reason, Yelu Dongchuang swaggered along with Luo Yang to Zhulu Mountain. As for the broken spear Deng Mao, whose ranking in Beimang was similar to that of Hong Jingyan, he should be the personal retinue of the former emperor's nephew of Beimang. To be precise, this was the second time Su Fengnian and Yelu Dongchuang met. That was when Gao Shulu woke up after being sealed in the mountain for 400 years. Su Fengnian went on an out-of-body spiritual journey and met with the celestial being. At that time, Yelu Dongchuang, who ran errands for Luo Yang, and Su Fengnian barely met each other. Chapter 1521. Su Fengnian smiled, retracted his steps, and sat back down on the stool. Deng Mao and Yelu Dongbed were finally able to climb up the steps and come under the eaves. It wasn't that Deng Mao didn't have the ability, but since he didn't have the heart to fight to the death, Deng Mao wasn't the kind of person who would look for trouble. As for Yelu Dongbed, against the current Su Fengnian, if the latter wanted to make him unable to take a single step closer to the restaurant, he, as a member of the Beimang royal family, really didn't have the ability. The soles of Yelu Dongbed's shoes scraped the edge of the steps, scraping away a thick layer of dirt, before he sat down next to Su Fengnian. Deng Mao didn't sit down, because the restaurant only had one stool available. Yelu Dongbed lowered his voice and asked, "Did you really fight with Tuoba Bodhisattva? What was the result? I want to hear the truth." Su Fengnian said to this overly familiar fellow, "Is Su Ying well?" Yelu Dongbed was stunned. "Su Ying?" Su Fengnian finally smiled a little, and said softly, "The girl who likes to wear red robes by Luo Yang's side." Yelu Dongbed said, "Oh, she's just like that. In the past, she was neither human nor ghost. Later, she went crazy and cut off her own face. Now, she looks like a normal girl. But when she has nothing to do, she still likes to wander around there by herself. That red robe can go around for almost an hour in one breath. Anyways, it makes my eyes dizzy and my heart tired." Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Yelu Dongchuang was startled. "What? You like this kind of thing?" Su Fengnian didn't turn his head to look at this blabbermouth young man. He only asked indifferently, "You're not afraid of dying here?" Yelu Dongbed rolled his eyes. In the next moment, Yelu Dongbed didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The people under the eaves did not notice that at that moment, the handsome young master with the twin sabers had swayed a little. The middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance had already left the eaves to soak himself in the rain, and then returned to the eaves to stand still. They were just wondering how the man with his back to the restaurant had unknowingly turned to face them. Su Fengyan whispered, "There won't be a next time." Yelu Dongchuang smiled bitterly, "I've only heard that you're quite humorous, and you don't seem like someone who can't take a joke. It seems that as long as a person becomes an expert, he will put on airs." Su Fengyan shook his head and said, "If you change your identity and go there one day, you will know the reason." It wasn't clear whether Yelu Dongbed truly understood or was just pretending to understand. "I understand." Su Fengyan waved his hand and asked the waiter for a pot of tea and 3 cups. The astute waiter glanced at the short man squatting in the latrine and refused with a straight face. He said that he had to buy 2 pots of tea, but he could also lend him a small stool. Su Fengyan smiled and agreed. He directly pinched out a piece of broken silver from his money pouch. It was about 60 copper coins. Besides, in this world, silver was always expensive and copper was cheap. Only then did the waiter grin. This brother, he knew the rules. Later, Deng Mao finally had the opportunity to sit down. If the truth of this spread to the Jianghu, this waiter would probably be the most arrogant man in the world. He haggled with Su Fengyan, the king of Beiliang, rolled his eyes at Yelu Dongbed, and rewarded Deng Mao with a stool. Su Fengyan poured a cup of tea for each of the Beimeng men on his left and right. He asked, "What business do you have in Beiliang?" Yelu Dongbed didn't keep him in suspense. "Luo Yang told me to tell you that other than Chao Changqing and Duke Yenxing, who helped persuade Emperor Liang, there is no need to call off the 3-year agreement." Yelu Dongbed took a sip of the tasteless tea and continued, "Also, I wanted to see you. I wanted to know if there was a possibility that we could do something together." Su Fengyan was a bit absent-minded. He looked at the light curtain of rain outside the eaves and took a deep breath. He calmly said, "Tell me." Yelu Dongbed said self-deprecatingly, "In my family, many relatives around my age have died in recent years. Of course, most of them have the same surname as me. As for that, well, those who have my aunt's surname, most of them are women like that fat girl Murong Longshui. So to tell the truth, I still have a chance. Even if it's not big, it's still there. The reason I snuck out, to tell you the truth, is to avoid that chess and sword music school boss who's making a comeback. There's no other way. That old man was actually chased out of Liang by my grandfather. This time, he's come back for a surprise attack. Of course, it's not as simple as just giving me a hard time. The old man values my older brother more. The reason is that he would find a dog to guard a house, not a wolf cub. I know that the current situation of Liang Mang's stalemate is ultimately the idea of 2 people, the old man and Fatty Dong. Not everyone thinks so." Su Fengyan said with a half-smile, "Show some sincerity, okay?" Yelu Dongbed laughed. His voice was even softer as he slowly said, "At the very least, I know that 6 out of the 8 governors and 12 great generals are firmly against it. As for Helian Wei and the others, it's up to them to fight Liang Mang. It's hard to say that they're fence-sitters. In any case, they're just going with the flow. Of course, my parents died a long time ago, but my grandfather is still alive. Although he's not a great general or governor, he's still comparable to a great general and a governor, right?" Su Fengyan was familiar with the inside story of the Beimeng royal court. He shook his head and said, "That's not all." Yelu Dongbed turned his head and stared at the side of the young king's face. He asked, "Do you want to do this deal?" Su Fengyan asked back, "Other than wanting me to defeat Dong Zhuo and the governor of Taiping's momentum, what else do you want me to do?" Yelu Dongbed laughed foolishly. "First of all, you have to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva. Secondly, you have to do your best to protect the main force of the Hong Jingyan Ruren cavalry on the battlefield." Su Fengyan said mockingly, "You should really go to the battlefield and see. Then you wouldn't have to make it sound so easy." Yelu Dongbed laughed. "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even mention this, but you can. That's why I'm sitting here today, drinking 20 copper coins for a pot of good tea." Su Fengyan asked, "You want to be the emperor that much?" Yelu Dongbed asked back, "You don't want to?" Su Fengyan laughed it off. Yelu Dongbed quietly waited for him to continue. Su Fengnian finally said, "I can only promise you that we'll take it one step at a time." Yelu Dongbed slapped his thigh. "That's enough." Yelu Dongbed placed the teacup by his feet. As he bent down and stood up, he said softly, "If the two of us can reach that step, I can also promise you one thing. Half of the Southern Dynasty can be considered as me, Yelu Dongbed, returning the money for your tea. Once both sides of Liangmang are done, and if you still have the intention of heading south to the Central Plains, I can even lend you the entire Eastern Front for 3 years. I can help you suppress the Liang border army for 3 years." Su Fengnian watched the two of them leave. The tea had cooled. After Yelu Dongbed and Deng Mao had walked more than 10 li, Yelu Dongbed asked, "Do you think he'll agree?" Deng Mao said expressionlessly, "Why wouldn't he agree? Other than the matter of Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry, everything else is something Su Fengnian should do. As long as Dong Zhuo and the Taiping magistrate are still working together to control the court, Liang Mang is a dead end, and the chances of Su Fengnian's Bailiang winning are too small." Yelu Dongbed crossed his arms behind his head and sighed, "That's right. It seems like he can only accompany me in this gamble, and can only help me once. Rather than fighting to the death with my million-strong army without any chance of victory, it's better to do everything in his power to ruin Dong Zhuo and the Taiping magistrate's reputation. At the very least, it'll be relatively easier. As long as I can force these two fellows to weaken in one spurt of energy, I won't even need to exhaust myself. It'll be equivalent to winning an opportunity for me. When the time comes, it'll depend on my ability and destiny." Deng Mao hesitated for a moment, then asked, "If you really succeed? Dividing the world between the north and the south?" The dwarf's lips cracked into a soundless smile, revealing a savagery and bloodthirstiness that had not been seen in the last 20 years of the Yelu surname. And under the eaves of that restaurant, Su Fengnian's lips twitched. Su Fengnian stood up and walked down the steps, beginning to step onto the northern divine path of Mount Wung. So what if such a person became the emperor of Beimang? Chapter 1522. The rain gradually stopped and the sun gradually rose. Su Fengnian began to climb the mountain. He passed by Zhenlongguan, Nyangzi Slope and Yellow Monkey Ridge, and then passed by Hutiao Mound to Leigong Stream. Su Fengnian saw several groups of pilgrims at Leigong Stream. Most of them were resting on the rocks by the stream, swallowing the snacks they brought with them. After all, the mountain path was muddy, which was the best way to eat people's strength. Among the groups of people, there were some pampered young masters and young ladies who appeared to be extremely tired. A few young women were gently beating their calves, complaining to their companions that the scenery of this Shinto path was too different from the reputation of Mount Wudong. They said that the shabby Taoist temples from before were unbearably narrow. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not a place that could accommodate immortals. Those Taoist masters in the mountain also did not have any sage-like demeanor. As for the moving scenery of Mount Wudong that was like lotus peaks and bamboo shoots, they did not even see a shadow of it. Along the way, the scenery along the way could not be said to be barren and unruly, but it really could not be compared to the beautiful scenery of the Taoist paradise. Su Fengnian picked a relatively secluded place by the stream and sat down. The ancient trees towered into the sky and the shade was dense. Although he did not do anything out of the ordinary, the dual sabers on his waist were actually quite eye-catching, especially for the locals who knew their stuff. When they saw the Bailiang sabers, their eyes became a bit more complicated. Nowadays, in Bailiang, those who secretly carried cold sabers, regardless of their family background, were all arrested and imprisoned. Therefore, Su Fengnian was regarded as a member of the army. This was actually normal. Wudong Lotus Peak was hosting a huge Buddhist debate, so Bailiang's military would certainly arrange for capable people to keep an eye on the situation to prevent negligence. Su Fengnian suddenly looked up and saw a pair of acquaintances walking over together. They were the Taoist master of Qingshan Monastery, Han Gui, with whom he had once discussed Tao on Shaozhu Peak, and his disciple, Qing Xian. Su Fengnian hurriedly got up to greet him. Towards this Taoist priest who was favored by Wang Zhonglo and Hong Shixiang, Su Fengnian had a very good impression of him. He felt that he was fully deserving of being called a person of the mountain. Han Gui wholeheartedly cultivated the Tao. Cultivating the heart was also cultivating the truth. Based on Su Fengnian's status as a vassal king, Zhang Lu Zhenrenchen Yao or Yu Xingrui should have rushed to the foot of the mountain to personally welcome him, but they still let the junior Taoist priest Han Gui be in charge of this matter. This was probably the unique feature of Wudong Mountain. Not only it did not make people feel neglected, on the contrary, it made people smile. If he was climbing the mountain together with the two elderly Taoist priests, although the ceremony had arrived, other than the longer the mountain path, the more difficult it would be for him to exchange pleasantries. What else could he say? How boring that would be. When Han Gui saw Su Fengnian, he smiled and cupped his fists in the manner of a Taoist welcoming a guest. He did not spoil the mood by calling out his identity. Su Fengnian lightly cupped his fists in return. The young Taoist child Qing Xian, who was not old but had a high seniority, did not get to see Lu Long, who he used to play with on the mountain. His face was full of disappointment. When the heavens obtained Lu Long, the earth obtained Liu Long's peace. When the gods obtained Lu Long, they obtained Lu Long. The old Taoist master Wang Zhongluo and his Shidi had the highest seniority, followed by the current Taoist master Li Yufu and Han Gui's generation of Taoist priests. Afterwards, according to the passage in the Taoist Saints book, there were 4 generations, Qing Ning and Ling Zhen. Therefore, even if the Taoist priests of the Zhen generation on the mountain were not young, when they saw Qing Exin, the little Taoist priest of Qingshan Monastery, they still had to call her great-grand martial uncle or great-grand martial uncle. If this little Taoist priest, who was of the same seniority as the direct disciple of the Wudong leader, Yu Fu, would probably be called Little Immortal. Han Gui sat beside Su Fengnian and smiled. The white-robed monks of the Tu Zen temple have already ascended the mountain from the southern divine path. The current celestial master of the celestial master residence of Longhu Mountain, Zhao Ningxin, and Master Qinglian Baiyu are also on their way. Su Fengnian said with some surprise, Zhao Ningxin is willing to support and come all the way to Beiliang? I have a big grudge with this Yui minister. Han Gui had never traveled down the mountain. On the mountain, she had always concentrated on learning and did not care about worldly affairs. Therefore, she had never heard of the earth-shattering battle of the immortals on the Spring God Lake. She was not interested in the conflict between the yellow-purple noble, who had the same surname as the emperor, and the young king. She skipped the topic and said softly, there are no less than 100 famous scholars from the Huainan Dao and Gangnam-do. They are also traveling together and will be climbing the mountain at dusk tonight. Su Fengnian nodded and said with a smile, spies have mentioned this. It's really hard for these elegant scholars to stay in Beiliang for half a day. Su Fengnian knew that the 3 people who could make this group of arrogant scholars take the initiative to come to Beiliang were Song Dongming, who was once one of the prime ministers of Liang, Yen Song, who retired at the age of 79 and returned to his hometown, and then came to Wudong with his family to burn incense, and Han Guzi, who led a group of disciples to travel to the border. These 3 people's contributions could not go unnoticed. If they did not take the lead, even if there was the scene of the scholar going to save the country, it would not have moved this group of noble scholars who grew up in the rich land of fish and rice in the Central Plains. Strange things happened. Su Fengnian instantly slid from one side of the stream to the other. Even though he was attacked by such a fierce sneak attack, Su Fengnian still did not have the intention to pull out his saber. The little Taoist child Qing Exin, who only felt a gust of wind raging in his ears, opened his eyes wide and saw a tall woman in a simple and elegant dress beside him and his master. She was young and very beautiful, but her face was too cold. Compared to the time when the old Taoist priest accidentally tasted the food he cooked, her face was much worse. The little Taoist child saw the strange sister squinting her eyes, which were long and slender like the bamboo leaves on the mountain. The pilgrims near the stream were first stunned, but soon there were some quick-tempered busybodies who cheered loudly. In their field of vision, the ripples on the water surface caused by the young man with the saber gradually dissipated. A man and a woman stood opposite each other on both sides of the stream. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, and each of them had the bearing of a master. No matter how they looked at it, there was a story to be told between the two of them. This immediately made the pilgrims who were bored to death on the mountain road excited. They could not wait for the two of them to fight until the mountains collapsed and the earth split. Of course, it would be best for them to reveal their identities and sex before fighting, report their Jianghu nicknames, and talk about their love and hatred, and then fight to the death. This way, their trip to Wudong would not be in vain. In fact, Su Fengnian, who took the initiative to back down, asked with a smile, "Didn't you return to Mount Hui?" The woman who was not wearing purple today sneered and said, "If the interest keeps on rolling, it will be too late for me to collect the debt. Even you may not be able to pay it back." Perhaps they felt that the couple was too young and unfamiliar. Even if their martial arts cultivation was good, there was a limit to it. Very soon, some impatient spectators shouted at the top of their lungs, "Fight! Why aren't you fighting? Fight well, fight well. We'll immediately go back to the Jianghu and say some good words for you too." Some people who did not know what was good for them shouted, "Hurry up, the two of you can't just talk and not fight." The Taoist priest Han Gray sighed softly. He only hoped that if Su Fengnian really fought with the strange woman, he would not be implicated. So at this time, he took his disciple and walked into the crowd. It looked like they were taking refuge, but in fact, they were helping to block the disaster. Chapter 1523. At this time, there were already people who claimed to be from Jianghu talking about it. They explained to the layman that there were 9 levels of martial arts in the world. In the end, they all revolved around the 7 words of skin, flesh, tendons, bones, body, qi, and spirit. Only when one reached the 2nd level of Master Realm could one touch the threshold of qi. For example, when a swordsman reached the 2nd level, he could barely control qi and fly a sword. The handsome young master with the twin sabers at his waist was repelled, sliding from the stream to the other side. However, his calves were not soaked. This clearly showed that he was in the 4th level realm or even the 3rd level realm. It could be assumed that with his age, he was fully deserving of the title of a rising talent in the martial arts world in a province or county. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled and said, "If you want to fight, sure, but we have to make a small deal. As long as you help me find someone, you can choose the time and place. Also, you have the final say on who wins or loses." She hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Su Fengnian asked curiously, "You want that title that much?" Su Fengnian knew very well that no matter how many fortuitous encounters the woman in front of him had, due to her innate talent, reaching the great celestial phenomenon realm was already the limit of her martial arts. The martial arts journey of the mistress of Mount Hui's Great Snow Plateau could be said to be soul-stirring. First, she used the treacherous and insidious secret art to absorb other people's qi and turned it into her own, barely reaching the 1st level. If not for Su Fengnian helping to suppress her chaotic qi with the imperial seal of several countries hidden in the tide-listening pavilion, she would have very likely gone mad and even died. After that, she quickly crossed the Xianfinger realm and entered the celestial phenomenon realm. Wang Xianji had heavily injured her body, but in the end, she had spared her life. Otherwise, even if she received gifts from Zhao Huangchao and Lu Songtao, she would not have been able to escape the mysterious celestial phenomenon tribulation. It could be said that Xianyuan Qingfeng's path of martial arts was full of ups and downs. She could be said to be the first person after Su Fengnian. Because of this, Su Fengnian had always been very nice to this stubborn woman. It was like this in Beiliang, in the capital, and even more so when they met at Mount Hui. Today, when they met at Mount Hui, he also took the initiative to avoid her. One had to know that Deng Mao and Yelu Dongbed did not have this kind of treatment. To be more precise, Su Fengnian and Xianyuan Qingfeng could not be said to be in love. Perhaps Su Fengnian was empathizing with her because they were in the same boat, while she was most likely the one who had accumulated resentment in her heart. That was why the man and woman, who had reached the peak of martial arts the fastest in Liang, were so entangled. Although Su Fengnian had long known that Xianyuan Qingfeng was very competitive, she was already the first female martial arts alliance chief in several hundred years. Why did she still want to fight for the illusory title of #1 in the world? This was something that Su Fengnian could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. This farce, which was all bark and no bite, made many of the spectators feel bored. This was how the world was. It was fine if one did not give hope, But the worst thing was to give hope and then disappoint. Many of the hot-tempered people of Jianghu could not help but loudly mock and ridicule, whispering malicious words. For some reason, Xinyuan Qingfeng, who had not appeared in purple for a long time, cast a sidelong glance at this group of noisy spectators. With just a glance, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Su Fengnian could not help but laugh. Looking at those fellows who were secretly shrinking their necks, he thought to himself that when he was roaming Jianghu and watching those high and mighty young heroes and fairies, this was probably the same scene. Afterwards, Su Fengnian and Xinyuan Qingfeng continued to climb the mountain under the guidance of Han Gui and Qing Xen. They passed Meili Peak and Jiao Slope, and then Wudong's main mountain, Big Lotus Peak. Xinyuan Qingfeng was silent the entire way. When they reached the foot of Lotus Peak, she finally opened her mouth and said, Li Chuangong's two-sleeved green snake, Dong Tai's inverted tai, Gu Jiantong's thunder core, Song Yanqing's last sword move, Huang Zhentu's ninth sword, 6,000 miles, Huang Qing's 16 bodhisattvas, and Master Lu Hao's thunder pool. Before we reach the peak, tell me all of them. Seeing Su Fengnian frown, Xinyuan Qingfeng said coldly, if you have a move that you don't want to say, you can substitute it with a similar move, or a move that you created yourself is fine. Hearing that long list of names, the little Taoist child Qing Xen felt as if thunder was rolling. It was too frightening. She only felt that this elder sister's appetite was really big. Su Fengnian asked in a deep voice, you want to gather the strengths of 100 schools of thought and merge them into one? You really don't want to give up on becoming a land immortal? Didn't Xiao Huangchao remind you back then that your situation is somewhat similar to my younger brother, Huang Manor? You were lucky enough to escape the disaster of the mysterious finger heavenly phenomenon realm. If you still insist on becoming a land immortal, aren't you afraid that it will be short-lived? Xinyuan Qingfeng said indifferently, that's my business. From the beginning to the end, this person was not a likable woman. Su Fengnian smiled and said, all right, I can't teach you the two-sleeved green snake of the sheepskin fur old man. In fact, I can't teach you it all in a short period of time, and I can't make the decision to teach you the peach blossom sword deity's inverted sword either. As for old Huang's saber 9, don't even think about it. However, Gu Jiantong's thunder cube, Song Yanqing's flying sword, and Lu Haosher's thunder pool are all not a problem. Huang Qing's 16 sword points sitting Buddha is also not difficult. Other than that, I'll tell you about Tuoba Bodhisattva's unique qi circulation method, as well as the 2 trump cards of Bing Mountain's 5th raccoon and Murong Baoding. If you learn fast enough, I still have many good things. I'll take them all. This time, it was Xinyuan Qingfeng's turn to feel incredulous. He turned his head and stared at this somewhat abnormal fellow. Her eyes seemed to be saying, it's one thing for me to ask for a sky-high price, but you're even saving me money by sitting on the ground. Su Fengnian smiled and said, I'll teach you one by one, but you have to promise me one condition. In the future, when you find one or a few disciples, you have to teach them everything you know. Even if it means that you don't want this bit of Jianghu to end. Then, the 4 of them went up the mountain. Han Gui intentionally led the little Taoist child Qing Xan in front, putting a large distance between them. Su Fengnian really did tell Xinyuan Qingfeng everything he knew. He explained the essence of the world's top martial arts to Xinyuan Qingfeng. Xinyuan Qingfeng memorized everything. Occasionally, when there was something he didn't understand, he would get to the bottom of it without hesitation. He would even interrupt Su Fengnian's speech when there was a subtlety, thinking carefully before allowing him to continue. On this section of the mountain road, Su Fengnian was like a knowledgeable teacher, while Xinyuan Qingfeng was a competent disciple who diligently memorized everything. At the back of Big Lotus Peak, on the back of the White Dragon, which was only 1 li away from the peak, Han Ge, who was standing in the distance, turned his head and discovered that the 2 people had stopped. What happened next made this young Taoist, who was very likely to be the next Wudong sect leader, speechless. When Su Fengnian and the woman parted ways, the former kicked the ladders but neither lightly nor heavily. The latter was obviously angry from embarrassment, and the entire White Dragon's back was filled with killing intent. However, the young king said something, and the woman was stunned for a moment before giving up and going down the mountain. The little Taoist child Qing Xen immediately prostrated himself in admiration. He thought that if he could also wander the Jianghu in the future, he must have at least half of the elegance of the king of Bailiang. When the three of them went up the mountain again, even Han Gui couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your Highness and that woman are old acquaintances?" Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. He said softly, "She's an enemy we've known for many years, and kicking her was a person's dream." The little Taoist child of the Qing generation thought about it seriously. Thinking about that fairy sister's cold and elegant appearance and arrogant manner, he didn't think that person's dream was childish at all. He laughed and said, "Your Highness, that kick was very awe-inspiring, I like it." Han Gui rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. A cold snort came from far away. It scared the little Taoist child so much that he had goosebumps all over his body. Su Fengnian rubbed the child's head and said gloatingly, "You're in trouble. For the next 20 years, don't go down the mountain and go to the Jianghu." The little Taoist child asked timidly, "That sister, is she very powerful?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "A woman who wants to be the second Wang Xianji, don't you think she's very powerful?" The little Taoist child said with a bitter face, "No wonder Junior Grand Uncle always said that the woman at the foot of the mountain is a tiger." At this moment, a white-robed monk walked down from the top of the mountain, his sleeves fluttering. He looked like he was going to fight Su Fengnian to the death. Chapter 1524. Su Fengnian was a bit embarrassed by the white-clothed monk's aggressive approach. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Which father in the world wouldn't be angry at the bastard who dared to trick their own daughter? Back when Li Thing ran away from home and snuck out of the two Zen temples to roam the Jianghu, she carried around 200 taels of silver. It was probably her father's accumulated wealth from lecturing in the temples for many years. In the end, when she met the three of them, she ate and drank without restraint and quickly became penniless. Perhaps this heroine had let it slip when she returned home and bore a grudge against the white-clothed monk? Su Fengnian knew that he was in the wrong, so he could only force a smile and make up his mind not to retaliate or scold. The white-clothed monk walked quickly with large strides. There was actually a woman following behind him. She couldn't be considered very beautiful, and the makeup on her face was a bit thick. It turned out that Li Thing had hung half a kilogram of rouge on her face in Wutangan back then because she had learned it from her family. The white-clothed monk hurriedly came in front of Su Fengnian and pointed at Su Fengnian's nose, denouncing him, "Where are my daughter and my disciple Nanbei? I heard that you thought they had too many tables to eat, so you chased them to Shishu and Nanzhao. Is this how your Mount Qingliang treats its guests? If I see that my daughter has lost a few kilograms, do you believe that I won't go to your doorstep and scold you?" The woman who came to the white-clothed monk's side first smiled at Su Fengnian, then tugged at his monk robe and muttered in a small voice, "What do you mean by I, or I? You have to call yourself a poor monk. How many times did Li Thing tell you after she returned to the mountain? An expert must have the bearing and demeanor of an expert. Li Thing always said that there was a swordsman who traveled the Jianghu with her. What was his name again? Old Huang? She could tell at a glance that he was an expert? Li Xiaoxin, look at yourself. Is this proper?" The white-clothed monk was clearly still angry. He gave a cold snort and changed his tone slightly. "Do you believe that I won't go to Mount Qingliang to scold and make a scene? It's just that this poor monk didn't bring the knife that has been sharpened countless times today." The woman seemed to have more worldly wisdom than her man. She coughed and interrupted the white-robed monk's threatening words. She turned her head to Su Fengnian and explained with a smile, "Your Highness, don't listen to this bald man's nonsense. There's no such thing as a knife. In fact, it's just something that the old abbot of our temple uses to chop firewood. The father of this thing just misses that old bald man. Oh no, he misses his master. So, from time to time, he takes it out to sharpen the knife, afraid that it will rust. The old abbot did not leave anything behind, only a hatchet, a handwritten copy of the Diamond Sutra, and that big vat for washing our hands after returning from work every day. The hatchet and the sutra were still all right, we took them, but that vat was a bit heavy, so we had no choice but to leave it in the temple. Otherwise, in the future, we would have one more item for our dowry." The monk in white said helplessly, "How can you treat a water jar as your daughter's dowry?" The woman rolled her eyes and said, "How many famous people in Gangnam-do like to use the mud at the bottom of the vat to make pots? It's worth a lot of money." Su Fengnian smiled and agreed, "That's right, I once saw Jiangnan's Lu family's minister Lu from the Ministry of Rites use a famous pot. It was made in the early years when he went to the 2 Zen temples to burn incense, using various methods to ask the old abbot for a few kilograms of mud." The woman immediately beamed with joy, looking at this young vassal king who did not have any heirs, more and more pleasing to the eye. "That's right, that's right." Then she stared at the monk in white and said, "Speak properly, don't injure us." Li Dongxin rubbed his bald head. Everything had its vanquisher, and the words of his wife were more effective than an imperial edict. At this time, Han Gui was finally able to get a word in. He bowed and said, "I am Han Gui from the Little Pillar Peaks Green Mountain Monastery. I have long been fascinated by monk Wu Chan." Li Dongxin looked at this Wudong Taoist who was not famous before the battle between Buddhism and Taoism. Compared to the way he treated Su Fengnian, he smiled a little more and returned the greeting. "Greetings, Zhenren Han. There are 3 debates on Lotus Peak this time, and you and I will be in the 3rd debate on the last day. When the time comes, I hope Zhenren Han will be merciful." Han Gui smiled and said, "I am really not worthy of being called Zhenren. 2 Zen monks can just call me Taoist Han." Li Dongxin laughed and said, "Taoist is a person of the Tao, a person who has attained the Tao, a Taoist priest, a Taoist priest, a person who has proven the Tao, a Zhenren, a Zhenren, a Zhenren, a person who seeks the truth. It is better for me to call you Zhenren Han. If Wang Zhonglo was here, I might as well call him Taoist Wang. If Hong Shixiang was standing in front of me, then I would really have to respectfully call him Taoist Hong." Han Gui smiled and did not say anything. Li Dongxin glanced at Han Gui's clear eyes and retracted his sharpness. He sighed softly, "Your Wudong and Mount Longhu are indeed different." If those yellow and purple nobles heard this, not to mention the old Taoist of the Hope generation, even those of the Ning generation would be furious and would not have peace. Han Gui said calmly, "It is not that Wudong Taoists have a longer peace of mind compared to Mount Longhu. It is just that the cultivation paths of the 2 mountains are different, but in the end, different paths lead to the same goal. My master and Master Wang are extremely respectful of Mount Longhu's old Zhenren Zhao Shituan. They have invited him to Wudong to discuss the Tao. Every time he passed by Bailiang, he would never refuse because of the different sections. I have personally heard Zhenren Zhao talk about the unification of the 3 sects twice and benefited greatly." The white-robed monk smiled and asked, "If I remember correctly, it was your Wudong's ancestor Lu who first advocated the unification of the 3 sects? Then I would like to ask, who is part of it?" Han Gui blurted out without thinking, "Ancestor Lu once said that the Tao is the same. This is the root of the unification of the 3 sections. In my humble opinion, I don't know what it is, but I know what it is not. It is this one. It may not be in the hands of the Wudong monks who have reached the depths of Zen, nor may it be on Mount Wudong where Buddhism is destroyed and Taoism is flourishing. Similarly, it may not be in the mouths of those scholars who are good at talking." Li Dongxin touched his bald head again. His eyes seemed to be full of admiration. He nodded and said apologetically, "I have rudely probed you 3 times. Please don't blame me, Zhenren Han." Han Gui smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine." The group of people climbed the mountain together. The white-robed monk and Han Gui casually chatted about Wudong's local customs. There was neither Buddhism nor Taoism. It was as if they had met an old friend in a foreign land. Their words were as slippery as watermelon skin. The white-robed monk deliberately ignored Su Fengnian. He was probably afraid that he would not be able to hold back and look for a knife to chop people. If a man met someone who was trying to steal his wife, he would pick up a knife and chop the person without hesitation. If he met someone who was trying to steal his daughter, whether he would chop or not depended on not only the character of the daring little bastard, but also the attitude of the daughter's mother. At this time, Li Dongshi's mother, or rather the little monk Nanbei's master's wife, was extremely amiable towards Su Fengnian. Although it was not the gaze of a mother-in-law that would grow fonder the more she looked at her son-in-law, it was as if she had met a young man of the younger generation who was interested in her daughter. She was not deliberately warm, but she would definitely not lower her face to treat Su Fengnian. The woman's heart was boundless. At first, she was still a little reserved. After all, the young man in front of her was the #1 figure in the Northwest. But soon, success came naturally. She began to nag about family matters and complained that in Baelyang's territory, he was really spending money. Especially when she brought a lot of rouge and face powder back from Baelyang, she had already used it all. In the end, when she went to the shop in Yuzhou to take a look, the price was really expensive. Speaking of this, the woman thanked Su Fengnian very much. She said that the daughter of Li Dongshi did not know the importance of things and had accepted so many expensive gifts in one go when she left Mount Qingliang's mansion. After that, the woman smiled and frankly said that she would never be able to pay back the money. This time, she left in a hurry and did not bring any gifts back. Therefore, she had long squandered all the savings at home. The smile on Su Fengnian's face never disappeared as he listened to the woman's blabbering. The little Taoist boy Qing Xan, who was eavesdropping on both sides, felt strange. It was strange enough that his master, a Taoist priest, could get along well with the famous white-robed monk who was known as the Bodhisattva of flesh. How could the king of Baelyang get along well with that woman? The white-robed monk Li Dongxin was the most important figure in the debate on Lotus Peak. As the current head of the two Zen temples, he himself was the leader of Buddhism under the heavens. Su Fengnian was also a top-honored guest of Wudong. As a result, this group of people headed straight for Wudong's Xiang Palace at the top of the mountain to settle down. Wudong originally did not have the habit of dividing people into different ranks. However, very quickly, Wudong Mountain discovered that while they did not pay attention to it, the mountain visitors paid the most attention to it. It was from the mouths of the guests that the 9 palaces and 36 temples that originally belonged to Wudong Mountain's Taoism actually already had a ranking system in Jianghu. Being able to stay in the 9 palaces was something that could demonstrate one's official status and position in Jianghu the most. If one was able to enter one of the 8 upper temples of the 36 temples to rest, then it was also worth being complacent about. Following the increase in the number of visitors, especially the arrival of the 2 famous families of Jiangnan and Huainan, many of the lower 8 temples that were far from the main peak were also overcrowded, to the extent that they had no choice but to close their doors and decline visitors. Just as Su Fengnian and the white-robed monks group stepped foot into the Xiang Palace from the back door, a delicate and pretty little Taoist boy rushed in front of Su Fengnian and said in a low voice with a sad face, "Grand Marshal Uncle, a new group of honored guests have arrived on the mountain." The Taoist master personally accompanied them on a tour of our main peak. The guests are also not like the usual foreigners who make many requests. They did not insist on resting on the mountain. They said that they had already booked rooms at the small town at the foot of the mountain, but the Taoist master personally said that these guests could not be neglected. He wanted us to make 3 or 4 elegant and quiet rooms for them. My master and a few martial uncles were all worried to death. With great difficulty, they were only able to find 2 rooms in the Xiang Palace. Any more than that really could not be done. The Divine Firmament Temple and the Void Temple that are near the top of the mountain are also in a difficult position, saying that even the woodshed has been vacated for the guests to stay in. Then there's no reason for us to let half of the guests stay on the mountain and half leave the mountain, right? Chapter 1525. Su Fengnian had met most of the Taoists from both Qing and Ning generations when he was practicing his blade on the mountain. He had a photographic memory, so he asked with a smile, "Little Taoist Ning He, who are you? Why are you so important?" The little Taoist had accompanied the ox-riding Grand Marshal Uncle to welcome the person in front of him at the mountain gate. Naturally, he knew Su Fengnian's identity. The little Taoist quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, I heard from Marshal Uncle Qing Feng that he is a student of Shangyin Academy's Mr. Han." Su Fengnian was enlightened. He had received a spy report from Qingcang City in Lu Province. It said that Mr. Han continued his journey west to Mount Lantua, but when he heard that there was going to be a battle between Buddhism and Taoism on Mount Wudong, he sent a few disciples back to Liangzhou and met up with the immortal of wine, Chang Sui, who had gone to Jibei alone. The old man only brought his granddaughter, Han Guoxiu, and a few escorts to continue his journey. Su Fengnian only dared to hope that one of Han Guzi's disciples would stay in Baelyang. It would be best if it was Su Huang, a master of the art of war. If it was the carefree Sima Ken, it would also be good. Su Fengnian felt a little regretful when he heard the news. If only 1 or 2 people came to Mount Wudong, they would most likely be working for Bailiang. But even Chang Sui came, it probably meant that none of them would stay in Bailiang. Su Fengnian sighed in his heart and said with a smile, "Little Taoist Ning He, go and tell your master that this king's room will be given to these guests." This king guessed that it would not be difficult for 2 or 3 people to stay in that room. The little Taoist did not dare to say anything. Han Gui said gently, "Ning He, just do as your highness said. Also, give Qing Xin and my room to the guests." Before Han Gui could finish, the little Taoist said loudly, "Grand Marshal Uncle, how can we do that? Little Pillar Peak is more than 10 miles away from Green Mountain Monastery and Lotus Peak. Every time Qing Xin, Marshal Uncle Qing Xin comes to Lotus Flower Peak to play with us? No, she comes to Lotus Flower Peak to help Marshal Granduncle borrow books. She's always exhausted." The voice of the little Taoist of the Ning generation became softer and softer as he spoke. Han Gui's disciple, Qing Xin, wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. She was done for. When she returned to the Green Mountain Monastery, she would be punished to copy the classics 10 times. The white-robed monk turned to his wife and clicked his tongue. "Look at the juniors on the mountain. They're all siding with their elders. Those little baldies who play with the stupid Nanbei all want to eat and drink in our house all day long." The woman smiled and said, "You're wrong. They're clearly targeting our daughter. Usually, the little monks I see on the way to the temple are very sloppy, but every time they come to our house, which one of them doesn't wear clean monk robes that have just been washed?" The white-robed monk flew into a rage. "Is there such a thing?" The woman rolled her eyes and said, "You just found out?" The white-robed monk said angrily, "Those little baldies are asking for a beating. And the stupid Nanbei is even more stupid. If this isn't inviting a wolf into the house, then what is?" The woman said unhappily, beat them until they have an epiphany. It's better that you don't have to be the abbot who doesn't take money but only gives out money." In the end, Han Gui and the little Taoist went to stay with the Qing generation disciple of the Zhenlu Zhenren Qinyao. And Su Fengnian went to the thatched hut at the elephant pond halfway up the mountain where he used to practice his blade. Before going down the mountain, Su Fengnian first sent the white-robed monk to the room where he stayed. Han Gui took the lead and left. At this time, everyone on Mount Wudong was extremely busy. Other than being responsible for bringing Su Fengnian to the Xiang Palace, Han Gui actually had a lot of work to do. In fact, the Taoists of all generations on the mountain knew that Han Gui was going to take on a big responsibility in the future. After all, even the old chief Wang Zhonglo said that Han Gui's Taoist heart was the most stable. Even Hong Shixiang half-jokingly said that there were many small pillars of osmanthus trees on the mountain, which was most suitable for Han Gui, who had the word osmanthus in his name to cultivate and comprehend Taoism. And the 2 most senior Zhenren Qinyao and Yu Xingrui of Mount Wudong today also valued Han Gui, a junior who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Su Fengnian sent him to the doorstep. After the white-robed monk pushed the door open, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Have you met my senior uncle?" Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was talking about the chicken soup monk at the foot of the Little Rotten Tua Mountain in the western region. The old monk was the senior brother of the Dragon Tree Holy Monk. He nodded and said, "I can fight with Tuoba Bodhisattva and not die." Li Dongxin waved his hand. "He's already dead. Who are you trying to say nice things to?" Su Fengnian was silent and speechless. The white-robed monk sighed and said sadly, "But then again, the reason why senior uncle was able to plant the lotus in my heart was because of your appearance. Back then, when I traveled thousands of miles to the west alone, it was because senior uncle was worried. His original intention was to go to the western region to bring me back to the 2 Zen temples. He didn't expect that one stop would last for more than 20 years. This penniless monk's epiphany is also thanks to Marshal Uncle's insights. Alright, that's a separate matter. The matter of my daughter is not over yet. But for senior uncle to be able to plant the lotus, I have to thank you." Li Dongxin lowered his head and put his palms together. Su Fengnian put his palms together and gently returned the greeting. After Su Fengnian left, the white-robed monk closed the door. The woman sat on the chair and rubbed her calf. She smiled and said, "There's only one daughter. Even though the North and the South are stupid, they're already a family. Sigh, if only I had 2 daughters." Chapter 1526. Li Xiaoxin muttered softly, "Even if I have 2 daughters, I still don't want to be this kid's father-in-law. Every time I see him, I'll chase him away with a broom." For the first time, the woman did not argue. She said softly, "When I was chatting with this child, I talked about how our family was too playful. As he chatted with me, he casually said something that was quite interesting. The general idea was that when he was young, he was truly naughty and mischievous. When he was young, he would always disdain his elders for restraining him. In the end, when he finally grew up, he suddenly realized that when he made a mistake, no one would scold him. Instead, he missed his childhood." The white-robed monk leaned back in his chair and rubbed his bald head. For some reason, he also missed the scene when he was young and would nag at his master's ear. Before Su Fengnian walked out of Xiang Palace, a spy leader from the Fu Shui chamber and a military officer whose territory was near Mount Wudong appeared together. The 2 of them were dressed in casual clothing no different from normal pilgrims. They had seized this rare opportunity to report to the prince. This made Su Fengnian seem like a noble young master who had brought his servants and servants out for a trip. Today, there were no poor people in Xiang Palace. Most of them were foreigners who had deep connections with Huagai County and even the entire Bailiang officialdom. Everyone was either rich or noble. Otherwise, they were people like Su Huang and Sima Qin, who had enough confidence to look down on nobles. It was said that even the eldest son of the Hezhou provincial governor and the daughter of the Ji provincial governor had climbed the mountain together, but they were still not allowed to enter Xiang Palace. They could only stay in the Heaven Temple. Su Fengnian listened to the 2's concise and respectful reports. He did not give any orders. As they neared the elephant cleansing pool, he let them do their own things. They didn't talk much, but the 2 of them still felt honored. Regardless of whether it was the shrewd spy or the steadfast military officer with real power, when they looked at each other and smiled, they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. This kind of honor came from the bottom of their hearts. It was the attitude of the other officialdom officials to get close to the big shots of the officialdom to get familiar with them. In fact, there was a world of difference. Su Fengnian revisited this place and found that the quiet and empty elephant cleansing pool of the past was extraordinarily lively. It could be said that the crowd was shoulder to shoulder. After asking, he found out that there were 2 people competing on the giant rock in the pool. The rules were very simple. Whoever fell from the rock into the pool would lose. Su Fengnian really could not squeeze his way to the edge of the pool. He could only stand about 50 steps away from the elephant cleansing pool. In the stream of people, there were many hawkers with bamboo chests hanging in front of their chests. They were shouting, watching 2 masters fight, "How can we not drink a big cup of our Bailiang's green ant wine?" Or, "Buy 2 jugs of wine and we'll give you a copy of the King of Bailiang's martial arts quotations from Mount Wudong for free." The 2 masters on the giant rock in the pool were in the midst of a fierce battle. Su Fengnian's ears were filled with loud cheers. As far as the eye could see, only when the 2 masters leaped high in the air could he see their silhouettes. 1 saber, 1 sword, the light of the saber and the shadow of the sword reflected each other's brilliance. This was probably the so-called floating like a startled swan. Su Fengnian did not know why his interest was piqued. He bought some melon seeds and red dates from a hawker. Like most of the spectators, he stood on his tiptoes and stretched his neck, listening to the spectators beside him explain their moves in surprise. He was somewhat self-deprecating. Look at how imposing the other people were when they were fighting. The spectators were as numerous as the clouds, the cheers shaking the sky. Compared to his final confrontation with Tuoba Bodhisattva in the small alley, this was countless times more awe-inspiring. That's right, it seemed like this was the Jianghu that he had dreamed of when he was young. Su Fengnian leisurely ate the melon seeds, listening to the friendly introductions that did not even charge him a single copper coin. He was very satisfied. According to the most well-informed ears around him, Su Fengnian learned that the two young warriors who were showing off their skills to their heart's content were not nameless juniors in the Jianghu. Among the new top 10 experts in the great snow plains of Mount Hui, the Jianghu talent with the famous sword, Wu Shu Su, was a close friend of the direct disciple of one of the grandmasters. Their relationship was a little distant? Could an ordinary cat or dog be related to the direct disciple of the new top 10 experts in the world? As for the local Bailiang youngster who used the saber, he was even more influential. It was said that even the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, cherished his talent and even personally taught him 2 or 3 moves of the saber technique. Hearing this, Su Fengnian could not help but grimace even more than when he heard Miss East-West say that she had seen through old Huang's identity with just a glance. Just as Su Fengnian was feeling a little depressed, the crowd was forcibly pushed aside. Su Fengnian turned his head to look and saw 2 men walking side by side. Both of them looked solemn. One of them was holding a long sword, the other had his hands behind his back. It seemed like they were about to participate in a peak battle for the title of top 10 experts in the world. Su Fengnian could only follow the crowd around him and make way for the 2 experts. It turned out that after the battle between the 2 young warriors on the giant rock had ended, it was the turn of these 2 Jianghu heroes who were more important in the Jianghu to compete on the stage. One of them was known as the Jiangnan Plum Rain Sword, while the other was known as the Central Plains Divine Dragon. Just listen, with such a respectable nickname, how could they not be heroes? While Su Fengnian made way for the 2 heroes, he thought to himself that he did not seem to have any good nicknames. It was a little unreasonable. Back then, when the 4 of them wandered the Jianghu in poor conditions, not to mention the heroine Li East-West who gave herself a string of nicknames, the other 2 all had. Su Fengnian sighed and ate melon seeds. Not only was he depressed at the moment, but his crotch was also depressed. Chapter 1527. Su Fengnian suddenly turned around and saw a group of familiar faces. Su Huang with his beautiful beard, Sima Qian who always had a bright smile on his face, Lu Duanmao with his evil-looking face, Jean Baosher with a cold expression, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man who reeked of alcohol and carried a long sword. He should be the famous wine immortal, Chang Sui. Su Huang laughed in a low voice and said, "I met Taoist Han in Purple Sun Palace, and heard that your highness has come to the mountain. So, I have to find your highness and thank you." What was supposed to be a harmonious and courteous conversation was completely destroyed by Chang Sui's arm around Su Fengnian's shoulder. After all, this fellow had directly put his arm around Su Fengnian's shoulder and said in a loud and careless manner, "I've made a trip to North Ji, and only then did I know that not only are the infantry under Yan Wenwan's command the best in the world, even the cavalry of Yuzhou is not something that the cavalry of Li Yangbie can compare with. Originally, I thought that Mr. would not let go of his old face, so I could find an excuse, saying that I was not acclimatized to Bailiang and had to rest for 3 to 4 years. But I did not expect that Mr. would be so generous this time, even throwing Su Huang and the others to Bailiang. So, it is just nice as we can still be together. But I tried so hard, but it backfired. After we bid farewell in Ji Bei, it should be the last time I see Mr. in this life. If I had known this would happen, I would have followed him to Qingcang City in Lu Province. Su Fengnian, we are going to follow you in the future. Why don't we take this opportunity to discuss something and ask for the position of general for Su Huang? Let me put it bluntly first, a position with an unknown title is not going to work. Even if you can't be a general with real power in the border of Liang Province, you can still do it in Lu Province and Yuzhou. With my junior brother Su's full of military strategies, it is more than enough for him to lead an army of 10,000 men. That brat Sima can stay in the Liangzhou provincial governor's office as a 4th or 5th rank official. If you are a little bolder, you might as well shove him to Song Dongming as an assistant. However, you must be careful of this brat seducing the pretty maidservants of your Qingliang mountain. This brat's biggest problem is that he can't control the bird in his pants. As for junior brother Lu Duanmao and junior sister Jean Baosher, you don't have to worry. If there is no official hat for them, they can just find a place to train for a year and a half. Su Huang's face was full of helplessness. Sima Qian's bright smile became forced, while Lu Duanmao simply turned his head and pretended that he did not know this senior brother. Jean Baosher secretly glanced at Su Fengnian with a complicated expression. Since old Mr. Han was so generous, Su Fengnian, who was extremely surprised, was not a petty person. He immediately showed the swift and decisive side of a vassal king and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Su can go to the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate office first. I will personally write a letter to Chu Lushan. The military affairs in Beiliang's border have always been strict. To be honest, I, Su Fengnian, dare not guarantee that Mr. Su can immediately become a general in Liang province, but I will definitely not let Mr. Su use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Mr. Sima, you can go straight to Qingliang Mountain and assist Deputy Administrator Song Dongming. Of course, if you don't like being an assistant, you can also go to Liang Province's Provincial Governor Office or Lingzhou's Taiyu County. Right now, there is a merit officer position in the Provincial Governor Office, while Lingzhou's Taiyu County has just vacated a governor. They are both fourth-rank officials. It depends on how Mr. Sima weighs it. As for Mr. Liu, I hope that you can go to Lingzhou to help Provincial Governor Su Beiji. Perhaps your position will not be high at the beginning, but I believe that with Mr. Liu's knowledge and Su Beiji's foresight, Mr. Liu will quickly stand out. As for Miss Jean, I really haven't thought of a plan yet. Let me think about it, but before I go down the mountain, no matter what, I will give Miss Jean a satisfactory answer." When Su Fengnian finished speaking, Sima Can and Lu Duanmao looked at each other in dismay. Even Su Huang was shocked. Jean Baosher pursed his lips tightly and was in high spirits. Only Chang Sui still looked sloppy. He lazily picked up his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He wiped his mouth and smiled. "Great!" Su Fengnian said sincerely, "I, Su Fengnian, will of course welcome all of you to stay in Beiliang. My second sister will also be very happy." Chang Sui sighed softly. "Then, other than the eldest apprentice brother who has a grudge with the Su family, and the youngest apprentice brother who has no choice but to stand against you, you have a total of 8 disciples. Currently, 6 of us are working together in Beiliang. Life and death are fated. Riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens. People come and go as they please. The 6 of us are already considered lucky." Chang Sui's last sentence was clearly said to his junior apprentice brother Lu Duanmao, who still had a knot in his heart. Among the 8 of them, Lu Duanmao had the best personal relationship with Prince Zhao Kai. Lu Duanmao turned a deaf ear. Next, Chang Sui suggested that they get together to taste the most authentic green ant wine in the world. Su Fengnian took out all of his silver and bought more than 10 bottles of wine from a vendor. Then he led them to a nearby thatched cottage. The cottage was cleaned all year round. Although no one lived in it, it did not look decadent at all. Even the small vegetable garden behind the cottage was full of greenery. Su Fengnian moved out bamboo chairs and stools from the cottage with great familiarity. He even took out a table that was originally used to store books. The thatched cottage was not far from the elephant washing pond, but the contrast between the two was clear. This had a lot to do with Mount Wudong's intention. The group of people sat around the table in the open space in front of the cottage. Chang Sui had already begun to drink to his heart's content. Su Huang and Lu Duanmao sat side by side. Jean Baosher sat across from Chang Sui, diagonally across from Su Fengnian. Naturally, Su Huang and Su Fengnian talked about the naval battle of Guangling. When they met in Liuzhou regarding the fact that it was just a civil war that belonged to the Guangling Navy, the two of them each had their own opinions. Just as Sir Han had said, the two of them each had their own opinions. Su Huang guessed half correctly that it was a quick battle, while Su Fengnian guessed correctly that West Chu had won the battle. As for the following situation in Guangling, Su Fengnian and Su Huang had a dispute. Su Huang, a master of the art of war who had traveled through the old West Chu several times, firmly believed that Liang would quickly form an encirclement, and West Chu's breakthrough point would inevitably be the seemingly unstoppable 100,000 elites from Nanjiang. Only by doing this could they truly gain strategic depth for West Chu and gain a firm foothold in the gap between Jiangsu and Nanjiang, and truly display the advantages of the Guangling River as a natural barrier. Although in this way, it would still be difficult to escape the predicament of being pincered by Lu Xingxiang and the Prince of Yen, but compared to desperately defending a corner of West Chu's capital city and only being destined to be nibbled away bit by the Liang imperial court, the situation was still much better. For this reason, Su Fengnian specially dug out a geomancy map of the Guangling Road from his room and slowly spread it out on the table. Su Huang held a wine cup in one hand and used the other to point out the mountains and rivers. He spoke tirelessly. Landscape painting emphasizes power, and when martial artists exchange blows, they also emphasize power. Then, West Chu's power almost reached its peak after Xie defeated Yang Shenxing and Yan Jinchuan on the western front. Ko Jianghuai displayed his brilliance on the eastern front, and Chao Changqing stabilized the Guangling River in one battle. However, Su Huang filled his half-empty wine cup to the brim, and then pointed to the wine bottle by his hand. No matter how powerful West Chu's power is, it is still only a cup of wine. But Liang's power is as big as a wine bottle. Yang Shenxing's Jizhou infantry suffered a lot of casualties. Yan Jinchuan's cavalry was wiped out in one battle, and even Guangling Prince Zhao Yi's navy was completely wiped out. But the wine in the bottle is still more than the wine in this cup, a lot more. And this is just us talking about the military on paper, talking about the number of troops. The real general trend of Liang is that after the new emperor ascended the throne, the people of Liang are still stable, so much so that it can be said that they are becoming more and more stable. The Yong Hui auspicious talisman is far less turbulent than what outsiders imagine. Therefore, in the Battle of West Chu in Liang, the former can succeed in one battle, while the latter can only lose one battle. Su Huang pointed to a strategic town on the north bank of Guangling River and a pass in Jianzhou on the south bank. He said in a deep voice, "If I were Chao Changqing, when the old general Wu Zhongshuan leads half of the Nanjiang army to cross the river, I would send a valiant general who dares to fight a tough battle and 10,000 elite troops south to cut off their retreat. Then, I would send a veteran general who is good at defense to guard the western front door, so that the Nanjiang army of 100,000 can neither fight nor retreat comfortably." Su Fengnian bent over slightly to look at the map, frowned and said softly, "The deputy commander of Bailiang's infantry, great ancestor Gu, has mentioned Wu Zhongshuan, this veteran general. He thinks that this person's command of the army is far above Yang Shenxing and Yan Jinchuan. He also has many valiant generals under his command. Wu Zhongshuan will definitely keep an eye on his rear if he has to travel a long distance to fight in a foreign land." Su Huang shot a glance at Sima Can, who was sitting cross-legged and munching on melon seeds. The latter resentfully put down the handful of melon seeds in his hand and sat upright. He said, "Wu Zhongshuan and the group of meritorious generals by his side are all experienced men who have fought many battles. They would not be so careless. However, according to military books, it is said that they do not transport grain for 1,000 miles. This is a hidden danger of the southern border army. More importantly, it is a fatal flaw that is not something that Wu Zhongshuan and the others can solve. That is, no matter how hot-blooded and passionate the battle on the battlefield is, it has always been a silent ripple of the battle in the imperial court. Since the late emperor of Liang, no one has trusted the prince of Yanqi, Zhaobing. The current emperor is no exception. Isn't it using northern Mang to cut down the 300,000 cavalry of northern Liang's territory, and using western Chu to cut down the 200,000 ferocious troops of southern border's territory? If Wu Zhongshuan easily took West Chu, wouldn't the officials of Great Peace City be afraid of the 100 to 200,000 southern barbarians? If they had nothing to do, they would run right under their noses to show off their might?" Chapter 1528. Sima Can couldn't help but secretly pick up a handful of melon seeds from the table again. While eating melon seeds, he said vaguely, "Bailiang's transport is trapped, and the 100,000 troops in Nanjiang are not really comfortable. Therefore, in this battle, if Wu Zhongshuan was able to defeat Chao Zhangqing, that would be because he had the ability to reach the heavens. During this period of time, the imperial court would definitely make a move. It was the same logic as when Yan Jinchuan had no choice but to tacitly understand and take the risk to advance. Liang imperial court is the happiest when the battle reaches a stalemate. If they lose, they will be reorganized by Lu Xingxiang, the commander-in-chief of the southern expedition. Not a single soldier will be able to return to Nanjiang. Maybe even Wu Zhongshuan will have to enter the capital to be an official. Didn't Tangxi Sword was Liu Baijie just get demoted from the position of Minister of War to the position of Administrator? Won't Wu Zhongshuan be moved? Don't you want to compete with the newly appointed Assistant Minister of War, Tang Taizuang? You are young, and your military achievements are not that good. You are not as famous as me. What right do you have to compete with me for the position? Besides, didn't Taiyan City say that a civil official who doesn't want to be the Grand Secretary is not a good civil official? A general who doesn't want to be the Minister of War is not a good general. Jean Baosher stepped heavily on the guy's foot under the table. Sima Ken was obviously a person who had been tortured. His expression didn't change, but he was finally not so cynical. Although the imperial court of Liang is domineering, watching the battle of Liangmang from the other side, personally fighting with the rebels of West Chu, and deliberately playing tricks with the vassals of the older generation, I have to say that the late emperor of Liang is really a powerful monarch. If you look at the history books, if you don't talk about the military achievements, he should be in the top 5. Let's not talk about other things. Let's just talk about the general trend of removing vassals. Let's not talk about Bailiang. That Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan, went to the battlefield and died, right? Zhao Sui, the Duke of Jiaodong, has been guarding the door of the northeast for so many years, right? Zhao Sun, the hereditary king of Jing'an, also wished he could pour out his heart to the imperial court and carve the word loyalty on his forehead, right? That was why it was said that in a history book of the spring and autumn annals, it was about generals from various countries appearing on stage. Emperors and civil officials were all written to the side. Every page was filled with the words martial artists save the country. As for the spring of eternal Hui, it was replaced with the words literati rule the country. With Zhang Julu leading the charge and the 5 ministers outside of the Ministry of War working together, it was truly a magnificent sight. Even 1,000 years later, as long as you are a scholar, you will feel proud of this glorious history. Sima Ken suddenly paused and looked around like a storyteller who was keeping people in suspense. He took a sip of wine and said, "Then, here's the problem. Why is it that on the surface, the longer Liang drags on, the greater the chance of victory, while Beimang drags on, the smaller the chance of victory? Why is it that Xindi still insists on having Guangling Road burn, and then let Beimang feel that they have a chance to invade the south at this time? Fighting on 2 fronts, aren't you afraid that even the thickest of assets will be squandered?" Chang Sui was overjoyed and pointed at his shitty with his wine gourd. "In the future, if you can't make a name for yourself in Bailiang, then go to the restaurant and be a storyteller. Shi Xiang, I will set up the stage for you, Jin Shimi will take the money." Su Fengnian smiled and gave the answer. For the elite troops in the world, it is already the limit to maintain their prosperity for 20 to 30 years. After that, they will only get worse and worse, and their shortcomings will gradually increase. Our Bailiang cavalry started in the spring and autumn annals, and now it has been 30 years. First, Great Peace City is afraid that our Bailiang frontier army will not be able to fight Beimang as time passes. Second, they are afraid that our Su Fengnian will have ill intentions after he stabilizes his position and grasps power. A very simple example. If my father had said in the past that he wanted to divide the river with the Zhao family, at least half of the soldiers would have left, and the morale of the army would have fallen. But if it was during the last years of Yonghui, Su Shao, who was deeply rooted in Bailiang, mentioned this, the 300,000 cavalry would all be old people rooted in Bailiang. Not many people would leave. When our Su Fengnian truly holds power for 4 to 5 years, and has all the generals of the border army in his hands, Bailiang, who has never had a good impression of Great Peace City, will not point their spear at Liang. It will be normal in the eyes of Jing for them to establish their own country on the northwest border, right? Chang Sui laughed and said, "That's human nature." Sima Ken asked with a smile, "Wang Yi, have you really not thought about this?" Su Fengnian shook his head, not saying anything. Chang Sui finally opened his mouth to talk about serious matters. With hazy drunken eyes, he said, "When it comes to the various armies in the world, there are actually not many that can be called heroic. My old foundation is the Southern Ji Infantry of the Northern Han Imperial Guard, which has already been ruined by Yang Shenxing. Yan Zhenchuan's cavalry was originally one of the best elite cavalry in Liang. Unfortunately, the old general died a sullen death and did not die in battle. Now, the number of soldiers left can be counted on one hand. The newly appointed administrator of Huainan, Kainan, has expanded from 60,000 to 80,000, and her military strength has decreased by quite a bit. The Minister of War, Tang Taizhuang, has single-handedly trained the elite cavalry of Liaodong's Duoyan, which is extraordinary. The Blackwater cavalry of the vassal prince of Liaoxi, Zhao Sui, is also not bad. Wu Zhongshuan's great armor of the southern frontier is said to be able to compete with Yan Wenwan's Yuzhou infantry. The king of Yan, Zhao Bing, personally leads the 40,000 Wufeng army. As for the navy, the Guanling Navy has been split into two, so there is no need to mention it. The Qingzhou Navy has long been corrupted by the officials of the Green Party. If they can fight with words, they will probably be invincible. No matter how you look at it, only your northern Liang border army has been able to maintain its sharpness for a full 30 years. Chang Sui stood up and said slowly, "In the Central Plains, relying on natural barriers and cities will definitely not be able to stop Beimang's iron hooves. Therefore, I want to stand here in the only Beiliang frontier army that can withstand the disadvantage of numbers and not take a step back. I want to use my meager strength to block for the Central Plains." Chang Sui raised his head and drank half of the gourd of wine. At the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou, there are 2 cities and hundreds of fortresses. When Beimang's hooves advance, it will only be after the Beiliang's defenders are all dead. Chang Sui muttered to himself, "Before I personally went to the border, I always felt that it was grand and majestic when I wrote poems after getting drunk. Only now do I know that the true border of 100 battles is not at all as heroic as the scholars imagined." Chapter 1529. Chang Sui said loudly, "Why write poems for the dead? It's better to die here and leave your last words." Sima Can said softly, "Second marshal brother is really drunk." Su Huang suddenly stood up and raised a cup of wine. He looked at Su Fengyan and said, "To gourd mouth of you, to Tiger Head city of Liangzhou, to Qingcang city of Liuzhou, a toast to the prince." Sima Qin, Lu Duanmao, and Jin Baosher also stood up and raised their cups. Su Fengyan stood up and said softly, "I don't deserve this toast. You can all drink a toast to the Beiliang who has lived up to his name for the Central Plains for 20 years. In the end, Sima Qin was so drunk that he had to look for a cup under the table. Chang Sui also sang at the top of his voice, but he was humming in the dialect of his hometown that no one could understand. Su Huang also couldn't escape this calamity. This beautiful bearded man, who valued elegance the most, drank until his beard was covered in wine. Even Jin Baosher, who drank the least, drank until his cheeks turned red. This made Su Fengyan, who drank the most but was still sober, feel a little embarrassed. One time, when he pulled Sima Qin out from under the table, he looked up and saw the woman with smiling eyes. Su Fengyan blushed and said, "I'm the only one who isn't drunk. It's a bit of a bummer." The drunk Su Shao squinted his eyes and smiled. He was already tongue-tied. "I heard from the teacher that before the great general was conferred the title of prince, you came to the capital to confer a reward. After the court was dismissed, you knocked on the hat of a big shot from the Ministry of War and said that I, Su Shao, only had 600 to 700 men. In your eyes, I'm not even worth a fart. When I have 6,000 to 7,000 men in my hands, whether I can see you or not depends on your mood. When I have 60,000 to 70,000 men in my hands, you call me brother on the surface, but behind my back, you still call me a stupid old ruffian. In the end, I accidentally gained control of 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers and destroyed 6 countries. I even killed 4 emperors. What do you think? Today, I will call you elder brother, but do you dare to accept? Ha, great general, oh great general, as a martial artist of the younger generation, I, Su Huang, also hope to be able to gallop on the battlefield like you, and settle my grudges as I please." Su Fengyan saw the questioning gaze from the Treasury Department and said helplessly in a low voice, "This is just a rumor spread by the officials of Liang. There's no such thing. If there really was such a thing, Su Shao would have bragged to me hundreds of times." Chang Sui also went crazy from the alcohol. The great general is indeed formidable, but how could Li Yishan, who relied on the scholar's strength to assist the great general, ultimately helping Northern Liang fight Northern Mang alone, be inferior in the slightest? It's a pity that Li Yishan is already dead. Otherwise I, Chang Sui, would be willing to become his errand boy. It's a pleasure to be able to chat with him. Lu Duanmao looked around in a daze. The wine in the cup in his hand had already spilled, but he was still muttering to himself, "Where's the wine cup? Where's the wine cup?" Sima Can slammed the table and replied, "Isn't the cup on the ground? I saw it under the table just now." The half-drunk Treasury Department reached out to touch his forehead. Couldn't these brothers have a little bit of the restraint of scholars? It was fine when they were in Shangyin Academy, but why were they so unrestrained in Beiliang, a place they were unfamiliar with? Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It seems that our Beiliang's green ant wine is still the best." At dusk, in the end, Chang Sui and the others still didn't let Su Fengnian send them up the mountain. They supported each other as they staggered towards Xiang Palace. However, Chang Sui didn't forget to shamelessly ask for the northern cold saber from Su Fengnian. Jean Baosher laughed and said, "Senior apprentice brother definitely isn't drunk. Otherwise, every time he gets drunk, he would give people things. He definitely doesn't have the habit of asking people for things." Chang Sui glared and said, "Senior brother doesn't even want his life anymore. What's wrong with asking for a saber?" Then he immediately muttered to himself drunkenly, "I don't want to think about sword chi soaring into the sky. At least I, Chang Sui, can fight like a bull when drunk. Su Fengnian, you brat, you're not honest. Drinking depends on one's character. How can you be the only one sober when everyone is drunk? This won't do. I'll drink with you again tomorrow. Today's because my junior brothers and sisters were dragging us down." Jean Baosher said unhappily, All right. We'll talk about it tomorrow when you can get the money from Mount Wudong." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Then I won't see you off." Jean Baosher nodded and said apologetically, "Sorry about that. Senior brother and the others are usually not like that." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "People with temperament are the easiest to deal with. Beiliang's environment is only suitable for people like that." For some reason, Jean Baosher slowed down his footsteps and turned to ask, "Is it really like the rumors at the border? That Dong Zhuo of Beimeng ordered Qi Manor, Sword Manor, and Yu Manor to set up the 3 great formations, chessboard, sword circle, and sitting stance? He even ordered the 100 over Kunlun slaves of Mount Bubeng to control the ballista with power equivalent to a celestial sword. He even used the talisman formation, One-Line Sky, of Dao's sect and the Dunhuang flying apsaras of the princess's tomb? Just to stop you from breaking the formation and advancing 200 steps? Su Fengnian smiled and said, "After hearing what you said, I realized that it sounded very impressive. But actually, when I was breaking through the formation, I didn't think much of it. Moreover, I had dozens of Wu family swordsmen behind me to protect me." Jean Baosher whispered, "I see." Su Fengnian smiled and didn't say anything. The woman turned around gently and said with a light voice, "Look at yourself, look at your family, look at your hometown, look at your country, and look at the world. Look at everything one by one, leisurely and carefree." Su Fengnian frowned and fell into deep thought. As dusk approached, Su Fengnian returned to the front of the straw hut and cleaned up the mess. He moved the tables and chairs back into the house and then went to the back of the house to look at the vegetable garden. After squatting in front of the house for a while, he returned to the house and lit an oil lamp. He casually picked a martial arts manual that he had taken from the armory back then and slowly flipped through it. Late at night, Su Fengnian put down the book and walked out of the house. In the eyes of Tantai Pingjing and the other Qi refinement warriors, Great Peace City was rich with the aura of the king. Xiang Fan City was eerie with the aura of ghosts. Gangnam-do was elegant and bleak. Beiliang men couldn't compose frontier poems. Beiliang women also didn't have such grievances. Death was death. Su Fengnian looked up at the night sky. A general success was built on 10,000 corpses. What Su Shao owed to Chun Qiu, I'll repay. Su Shao spent his entire life in the military. As a general, he could only kill people. There was no right or wrong. But no matter how many people he killed in the Central Plains, I, as his son, had to save that many people. And what I, Su Fengnian, owe the 300,000 cavalrymen and Bailiang citizens, I might not be able to repay in this lifetime. Chapter 1530. A huge fleet of carriages entered Bailiang's Yuzhou from Huainan's River Prefecture and headed straight for Wudong Mountain. The fleet was escorted by the imperial guards who had dazzling golden threads wrapped around their scabbards. There were also nearly 20 inner palace experts who had copper-embroidered fish pouches around their waists. Behind this group of carriages, there was another group of luxurious carriages following far behind. The coachmen driving the carriages were, without exception, top-notch martial artists with long qi auras. It was the time when Liang destroyed Buddhism and promoted Taoism. In the north and south of the Yangtze River, there were new Taoist temples rising from the ground in all the geographical centers and spiritual mountains. The sound of immortal music resounded throughout the Central Plains. Among them, Xingyang Temple in Great Peace City was built like a forbidden palace. There were statues of the 5 emperors, including ancestor Taizong of Liang. They were placed on both sides of the statues of the Taoist saints according to the ancient order of Li Zhao and Mu. They took the materials from the iridescent cloud pavilion of the imperial palace and used them to build the gate of Xingyang Temple. They broke the inner palace's sweet spring hall and used it to build the hall of Laojun. The projection wall of the temple was painted with a grand system of 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands of Taoism. For a time, Xingyang Temple became the head of all the Taoist temples in the world. The head of the temple, Wu Lingsu, was the Taoist who personally sealed the gate of the 2 Zen temples. She was now worthy of being the head of the northern Taoist temple. Therefore, there was a saying in the world, Xingyang Temple in the capital, ancestral court in the north and south. Just when everyone knew that the white-robed monks of the 2 Zen temples were going to debate with the Taoist priests of Wudong on Lotus Peak, there was another news that the Yui minister who was like the sun in the sky in Great Peace City was going to rush to Bailiang's Wudong Mountain as the head of the imperial court with an imperial edict in his hand. He was going to confer the title of Wudong's supreme leader, Huang Manshan, as a void pierce master. A middle-aged Taoist with an otherworldly aura was sitting in the carriage. He wore a purple-gold Taoist robe and had a purple horsetail whisk with 3 golden rings on his arm. He was smiling faintly. Beside the honorable Taoist sat a young man who looked very similar to him. Although he was also wearing a Taoist robe, he was closer to the secular world than the middle-aged Taoist. The young man said with a smile, "Father, I thought that after crossing the river province boundary marker, the Yuzhou military would at least send out a few hundred cavalries to intimidate us. It seems that Su Gai isn't completely lawless. He's still very wary of father." The middle-aged Taoist was none other than Wu Lingsu, who had risen rapidly in Jing. He remembered that when he had just arrived at Great Peace City, the nobles of the city all liked to use his title of Qingqing King to make fun of him. Occasionally, when they met at a banquet, who did not call him Wang Yi, but did not bother to disguise the disdain in their eyes. Fortunately, the bitter days were over very quickly. He had failed to live up to expectations at Mount Longhu and was repeatedly tormented by the young man surnamed Su. A certain mysterious Taoist who lived in seclusion at Mount Longhu had died and his Tao had vanished. This even angered the previous emperor and the new emperor. In addition, Li Yang was an irresistible trend. Finally, Wu Lingsu was able to transform into a dragon as soon as he encountered the wind and cloud. He forcefully stepped on Mount Longhu and the 2 Zen temples to reach the peak of power. Among all this, his wife in name had secretly taught him. Although the two had not actually been husband and wife, even though Wu Lingsu had become the head of Taoism in the northern lands, he still held her in awe. Wu Lingsu glanced at his only son, Wu Shizhen, and felt somewhat dissatisfied. He, the official prefect of Chongxian of the court, had gone to Mount Wudong to issue an imperial edict. What was this brat pulling in a bunch of Great Peace City wastrels to follow behind him? That first young master Wang Yuanran, his old man Wang Xiongui had already been pushed from the position of Minister of Revenue to the position of Administrator of the Guangling Path. First Mias. If it wasn't for the fact that Tantanon still remembered the incense from the spring of Yonghui, with Wang Yuanran's shrewdness and ability, he would have long been eaten to the bone. There were also the other 3 young masters of Jing. Which one of them had any real weight? That pervert surnamed Yen at least had the famous general grandfather Yen Jinchuan. Even if Great Peace City did not give face to the monk, they would still give face to the Buddha. They would more or less not bicker with this brat. But that little fatty called Song Tianbao, none of his ancestors had ever been an official or studied. He just relied on his father's wealth to spend money in Jing. Every day he was a sucker for other people. He was just a silly little fool. Could this kind of rootless wealth last long? It was just 100 zhang tall building built on sand. When the wind blew, it could collapse at will. Wu Lingsu said earnestly, "Shizhen, in my opinion, the sons of the aristocratic families in the capital are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. For example, although Wang Yuanran's father, Wang Xiongui, was demoted from a first-class official to the most dangerous position, the administrator, in the future, the 6 ministries will serve outside the capital for a few years before returning to the capital. As the only remaining pillar of Zhonglu, it is a good thing that one person cannot support the situation. Wang Xiongui may have a chance to make a comeback. Wang Yuanran also has Tantanan to take care of him. Father will not oppose you getting to know him. But compared to the eldest son of Yin Maochun, Yin Changing, and the only son of the Assistant Minister of Justice, Han Lin, Han Xingyan, Wang Yuanran is much worse. He can't even compare to Fan Zhongho, Li Jifu, and Gao Tingshu. As for that Yen family brat who doesn't amount to anything, his family is just like a half-dead person hanging on by a breath. That is why you... Let's talk about Zhao Wenwei, Yin Changing, and Han Xingyan. These 3 people's fathers were all Grand Secretary Zhang's favorite students, and then they had the foresight to part ways a long time ago. The father's generation has a good official reputation. The younger generation's reputation isn't bad either. Even if I try to stick hot face to cold buttocks, they might not necessarily agree. Even if I thicken my skin and enter their homes, I still won't be able to become their close friend or confidant. Rather than this type of futile effort, I might as well spend a bit more effort on people like Wang Yuanran. Wu Lingsu sighed and said, "Small matters, it is hard to accomplish great things." Wu Shizhen said with a bitter face, "I actually want to get close to that Chen Xiaobao, but he doesn't even give you father, face, so why would he pay me any attention?" Wu Lingsu reached out a hand to stroke the horsetail whisk's vermilion silk, saying softly, "Us father and son's foundation is still a bit shallow." Wu Shizhen leaned over to this new leader of Northern Taoism, saying with a low voice, "Father, if we can take advantage of this opportunity to trample on that surnamed Su and return to the capital, Father's position in His Majesty's heart will definitely rise a step further. Taking a step back, I can find an opportunity to secretly push Wang Yuanran and the other hotheads out to make a feud with Bailiang. Once they return to the capital and make a ruckus, the Su family's reputation in the capital will be completely ruined." Wu Lingsu was hesitant. That person even dares to refuse an imperial edict, and this is also his territory. How can Wang Yuanran and the others shake him in the slightest? As for the curses of Great Peace City's officialdom, the Su family father and son have never paid them any attention. Be careful not to smash your own foot with a rock. Bailiang's whisk water room spies can fight with Liang's Xiaogo for many years without being at a disadvantage. They cannot be underestimated. Wang Yuanran and the others can't accomplish anything. I don't think they will succeed." Wu Shizhen said with a smile, "I don't expect that Su person to be hurt. It's also good to disgust him." Wu Shizhen remembered the scene of him being humiliated by that peer at Mount Qingqing. His tone was dark as he said, "Even if Su person has some information that he can use against him, would he really dare to kill over such a small matter?" Wu Lingsu suddenly asked, "In the group behind us, the one surnamed Lu, the son of the county chief of Hezhou, said that he used a scabbard to hit Su person in the past. Is that true?" Wu Shizhen said with schadenfreude, "It's most likely true. According to what Lu Chengfeng said, Su Fengnian was traveling the Jianghu with an old servant. They passed by Hezhou and had a conflict on the street. In the end, he used the scabbard of a cold blade to smash Su Fengnian's forehead. That guy also said that Su Fengnian threatened to bring 10,000 Bailiang cavalry to raise Hezhou. So Lu Chengfeng asked him who he was, and Su Fengnian asked him back, 'Su Xiao is my father. Who do you think I am?' Lu Qingfeng, of course, did not believe him. After hitting Su Fengnian with the scabbard, he simply pulled out his blade and chased after him for half a street. Last year, I heard from the storytellers in the restaurants in the county that Su Fengnian was His Royal Highness. He really did travel the Jianghu with an old servant, by long. He was scared to death. Especially when Su Fengnian refused to accept the imperial edict and sent the Yuzhou cavalry to invade Hezhou. Not only Lu Qingfeng but also his father and his whole family ran out of the city. Afterwards, when they saw that the Yuzhou cavalry had no intention of invading Hezhou, they returned to the county with fear. Wu Lingsu also found it interesting and said with a smile, "But later, wasn't there an incident where 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry entered Jizhou? They had to pass through Hezhou." Wu Shizhen laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. So the family resumed their old business and ran away at night. Fortunately, the Yuzhou cavalry returned through Heluku, so Lu Qingfeng's father did not resign and move to Jiangnan. However, the Lu family also benefited from the disaster. The entire Hezhou knew about this hero who dared to beat up the king of Bailiang. Even Lu Qingfeng's father received a unique, above average, in Hezhou in the local evaluation hosted by Yin Maochun. Lu Qingfeng and Song Tianbao are good friends who have known each other for many years. When he was welcoming Wang Yuanran and the others, he fell in love at first sight with the daughter of the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Plus, he was probably sure that Su Fengnian would not lower himself to his level, so he shamelessly followed him to Yuzhou. Wu Lingsu, who was no longer a self-proclaimed king in a corner, sneered. It is rumored that Song Tianbao's grandfather, as the #1 god of fortune in the two Liao provinces, was not on good terms with Su Shao, who rose in Jinzhou in Liaodong. Lu Qingfeng and Wang Yuanran, who had a conflict with Su Fengnian in the Jiujiu embassy in the capital, are indeed birds of a feather flock together. Wu Shizhen's expression was a bit awkward. It seemed that he had to be included. Chapter 1531. The first round of the debate between Buddhism and Taoism was going to be held at Lotus Peak tomorrow. There were no more places to stay on Mount Wong. The inns in the towns near the foot of the Southern Divine Path were also full. The two groups of people entered a place called Escape Summer Town. The way they looked for rooms to rest was completely different. One group of a dozen people spent a lot of effort to negotiate with a small inn on the east side of the town. The normal rooms were much more expensive than first-class rooms in the Central Plains. When the innkeeper took the stack of travel passes, he just glanced at them and ignored them. So what if they came from Great Pea City? Wouldn't they still be slaughtered by our inn? However, the names of these guests were not vulgar. The middle-aged man with the sword was Qi Jiajie. It was Yin Changging and Zhao Chunyuan, a young couple who looked like a perfect match. The handsome young man was called Zhao Wenwei. The two scholars in green were called Han Xingyan and Gao Shilian. The rest of them looked like retainers and servants. Their parents didn't pay much attention to their names. The other group of 20 or so people went directly to the best inn in Escape Summer Town. When they heard that it was full, one of them threw down 500 taels of silver without hesitation, saying that he wanted to book the entire inn. The old innkeeper was annoyed by the young people's bureaucratic tone. He thought, so what if it's 600 taels? My inn is charging 100 taels a day according to the market price. You people want to stay for 3 days. 500 taels is nothing. The innkeeper rolled his eyes and said that the inn was doing business. There was no rule to chase away customers. The young man with the River Province accent took out another 500 taels without saying anything. The innkeeper reached out and touched the thick stack of brand new banknotes. He began to feel conflicted. The young man waved his hand as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he was rich. His helper immediately threw out 2 large gold ingots. The innkeeper looked and thought, silver is the father and gold is the lord. Since we're meeting these elders, let's not talk about manners. However, the innkeeper still wanted a yard after taking an inch. He said that the 30 or so guests were all staying. He was afraid that the staff wouldn't be able to get them to move. As soon as he said this, a few people reached out and grabbed the hilts of their swords. The innkeeper was anxious and hurriedly told them not to fight. Whoever dares to cause trouble in Bailiang today will be finished. The innkeeper picked up the banknotes and gold ingots and went upstairs to explain to the customers. The innkeeper played a petty trick. Not only did he take the initiative to return the money, he even gave everyone 3 to 4 taels of silver. He even told the customers that a group of military lords from the northern Liang border wanted to stay here and that the innkeeper could not afford to offend them. Jianghu. Bailiang. Jianghu. 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 2. Bailiang. Chijiajia. He was the #1 swordsman in the capital. In his early years, he was not only the sword master of many princes. Even Bai Yan's daughter, Zhang Gaoxia, was once his disciple. To be able to trouble him to escort a group of people thousands of miles away, the reason was simple. If any one of these young people were thrown into Jiangnan, they would all be people that high officials and nobles would do their best to curry favor with. This was because their family elders were the deputy of the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, the former Minister of Appointments, Yin Maochun, the former #1 Prime Minister, Gao Shizhi, the Duke of Yen, and Han Lin, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Among them, Yin Maochuan's eldest son, Yin Changging, and Zhao Yuling's second daughter, Zhao Chunyuan, were husband and wife. The fathers of both families had strongly opposed it. In the end, the emperor, who was only the 4th prince at the time, set them up and married. It was a beautiful story in the capital. Zhao Wenwei, who had the reputation of being a child prodigy, was Zhao Yuling's favorite son. Han Xingyan was the second son of Assistant Minister of Justice, Han Lin, who was about to be sent out and promoted to administrator of Huainan. He was about to marry a virtuous county princess. Gao Shilian and Gao Shiqing were the son and daughter of Gao Shizhi, the Duke of Yen, in his later years. They had always been doted on by the Duke. Fortunately, the brother and sister had always kept a low profile in Great Peace City. Gao Shilian and the son of Great Pillar State Gu Jiantang were close friends, while Gao Shiqing and Zhao Chunyuan were close friends who had played together since childhood. It could be said that these young people were the most outstanding children of officials in Liang's officialdom. The provincial governor of Huainan province was Kai Nan, who used to be Gu Jiantang's most trusted general. Han Lin was about to be promoted to administrator of Huainan province, so they would have a lot of dealings in the future. Gao Shilian and Gu Jiantang's 2 sons were also very close. There were many things that the big shots could not sit at the same table and talk cheerfully, and it was even impossible for them to have a tacit understanding. However, if a junior who did not see the big picture came forward, it would be much smoother. At this time, they were all gathered in Yin Changging's room. The window just so happened to be facing the street. Han Xingyan stood at the window and looked at the Bailiang cavalry slowly passing by on the street. He smiled and said, "Just by watching a leaf fall, you can tell that the Bailiang frontier army is really terrifying." Gao Shiqing joked, "Oh, now that you're the son of a second-rank administrator, your guts have grown by quite a bit. You even dare to say good things about Bailiang?" Han Lin raised both his hands, indicating that he was willing to be beaten and scolded. Gao Shilian could not help but feel indignant for Han Lin. He stared and said, "You talk without thinking, how can you marry?" Gao Shiqing glared back at him and said, "Shut up." Gao Shilian muttered his catchphrase in a low voice, "Having a sister like this, I'm really out of luck." Gao Shiqing, who yearned for chivalry the most, fiercely pressed down on the hilt of his sword and threatened, "Are you looking for a beating?" Yin Changging, who was the oldest and the most mature in the group, said helplessly, "You can drink tea, but if you want to quarrel, go outside." Zhao Chunyuan, who was brewing tea, waved at Gao Shiqing. Zhao Wenwei, who was still a teenager, asked with a laugh, "Brother-in-law, why did Wang Yuanran and the others arrive at the foot of Mount Wudong before the Wu family's master Taoist?" Yin Changging softly revealed the secret. Master Wu deliberately slowed down his pace and waited until the last day of the Lotus Peak debate before ascending the mountain to issue the imperial edict. The reason why he was in such a hurry before was because he was afraid that the Yuzhou army would come out to obstruct him, so he missed the best opportunity. Since the Yuzhou army has not made any moves, he can take it easy. The small town was so small that one could see the scene in the west from the east just by sticking one's head out of the window. Han Xingyan frowned, It seems that Wang Yuanran and the others are stirring up trouble again. It's fine if they're in the capital, but why won't they stop when they're in Beiliang? Yin Changing said calmly, "Let them be." Gao Shilian leaned against the window and glanced out. He angrily sneered, "They're making quite a scene." As expected of the capital's 4 young masters traveling together, they're full of style. This bunch of vermin lying on their father's books of merit. It's one thing to enjoy a good life, but they still want to harm others. If they become high officials in the future, what else can they do besides bring disaster to the country? Yin Changing frowned, "Be careful with your words." Gao Shiqing made a face at her brother. "Did you hear that? Big brother Yin also wants you to shut up." Gao Shilian put his palms together and silently muttered, "Heavens, oh heavens, hurry up and throw down a man to marry this girl." Zhao Wenwei stuck out his chest. "Second brother Gao, what do you think of me? Am I worthy of Sister Gao?" The corner of Gao Shilian's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gao Shiqing slapped the child's head. "This old lady changed your diapers in the past." Yin Changing smiled. All right, don't make a fuss. Sit down and drink some tea. This is one of the few tales of spring deity lake tea we have." Chapter 1532. As soon as Gao Shiqing sat down, she immediately stood up and giggled. "No, only a fool would not join in the fun. I have to go to the other side of the town to take a look." As she said this, Gao Shiqing carefully looked at Yin Changing, who always spoke softly but was the most decisive. Yin Changing raised his head to look at her and slowly said, "We agreed in the capital that it would not happen more than 3 times. It has already happened twice in the capital and Jinan. If it happens again, you have to return to the capital immediately." Gao Shiqing smiled brightly and said, "Understood." Gao Shiqing ran out of the inn like a wisp of smoke and ran along the street to the most popular inn in the town. She did not go too close. After all, she was not unfamiliar with Wang Yuanran, Yen Se Fetus, and Song Pandan. Especially since the Yen family residence where Yen Se Fetus lived was their neighbor. Gao Shiqing respected old General Yen Jinchuan very much, but she hated this eldest grandson of the Yen family who was upright at the top but crooked at the bottom of the tree. After old General Yen sacrificed his life for the country, an exception was made. During this period of time, Yen Se Fetus's tail was raised to the sky. He actually had the guts to ask the elders of the family to propose marriage to the Duke Yen family. Gao Shiqing almost couldn't help but find someone to put this guy in a sack and throw him to the bottom of the lake. In Gao Shiqing's vision, Yen Se Fetus did not disappoint. After coming to a small town like Beiliang, he still flirted with good people. He was currently surrounded by 2 young women with a group of bad friends. Gao Shiqing was a little surprised. Didn't people say that women in Beiliang were mostly tall and strong? The 2 young women in front of her were very beautiful. The young woman who carried a sword like her was probably above average and could not be considered stunning. However, the other one was quite outstanding. The brothel of Great Peace City was known to be filled with outstanding beauties. Gao Shiqing had disguised herself as a man a few times to go there to broaden her horizons. Even those courtesans did not have the moving beauty of the tall woman in front of her, especially her unapproachable aura. As long as it was a man who wanted to win, he could not help but challenge her. No wonder Yen Se Fetus jumped out in such a hurry. However, Wang Yuanran was not present. He should be hiding in the inn overlooking the street. Yen Se Zun gently twirled the sandalwood fan in his hand and chuckled. Big brother is a scholar, and has never done unscrupulous things like snatching common women. But Big Brother is naturally hospitable. I just want to invite you 2 sisters into my building to drink tea, recite poems at night, and admire the moon. Big Brother is from the capital, and has long been curious if the moon in the northwest is as round as the moon in Great Peace City. Sisters, it shouldn't be difficult for you to give me some face, right? The woman with the sword was so angry that she laughed. "Give me face my ass." Yen Se Zun laughed and said, "You're really shrewish. So it's a wild horse from the northwest. Big brother likes it a lot." The woman with the sword was about to draw her sword and slash at the man when her companion pulled her back. It turned out that a group of Beiliang's most notorious Jin cavalry had already rushed over. The rider who looked like a sergeant asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" The sword-wielding woman pointed at Yen Fei and his group of young masters and said angrily, "Hedonistic sons of rich parents from the capital, in broad daylight you want to—" Yen Zun innocently interrupted the woman's words. "What do you want?" "I didn't do anything, I just chatted for a bit." The Jin cavalry sergeant's face was gloomy. His palms subconsciously pressed against the handle of his Baoyang saber at his waist and looked down at the group of young men from the capital. "Then are you done chatting? If you're done, then scram back to the inn. If you're not done, then continue. I'd like to listen in." Yen Zun, who had never been treated this way in the capital, gritted his teeth and smiled lightly. He turned his head and glanced at a young man standing beside Lu Chengfeng. That young man braced himself and took 2 steps forward. He squeezed out a smile and said to the Jin cavalry sergeant, "My father is the old governor of Yozhou's Huanggong County. My big brother is the former 8-pass commandant. We're all on the same side." The Jin cavalry sergeant said expressionlessly, "Even the current governor of Huanggong County can't control me, let alone the previous governor of Huanggong County. As for the 8-pass commandants, they're just miscellaneous, right? Nowadays, even miscellaneous generals don't count in Baoyang, so what's the 8-pass commandants? On the same side? Who the F***CK is on the same side as you?" Seeing this scene, Gao Shiqing was a little dumbfounded. If this was Li Yangbie's place, the local tyrant's son would have appeared, and that petty official would have to bow and scram obediently. It wouldn't be strange for him to cling to the powerful and become the villain's accomplice. The Jin cavalry sergeant turned his head and smiled at the 2 Baoyang women. "Are you 2 ladies looking for a place to rest? If you can trust me, I know of a Yuting Inn on the other side of the street. There might be 1 or 2 rooms left, but the price isn't cheap. There's no helping it. The rooms left in the inn's hands are all superior rooms that they've decided to rip off. If you 2 ladies have enough money, you can consider it." The woman with the sword smiled and said, "Brother, thank you." The Jin cavalry sergeant glanced at the group of unfriendly bastards from the capital and said softly to the 2 women, "I'll send you off." At this moment, a tall young man next to Yen Sedan sneered and said, "Baoyang barbarians." The Jin cavalry sergeant, who had already turned his horse around, suddenly pulled on the reins and dismounted. He said to the other sergeant, "Ma Biao, you guys take these 2 ladies to the Yuting Inn." This squad leader took off his light armor and cold saber and hung them on the horse's back. Then he turned around and stared at the young man who had called them barbarians of northern Liang. He limped forward and said, "I have taken off my armor and cold saber from my pottery cart. Today I am not a brocade horseman on duty." The tall young man laughed and said, "What, you King cripple, you want to fight me one-on-one? I'm afraid I'll accidentally use too much strength and break your other leg." The man surnamed Tao laughed. "If you can kill me, it'll just be because you're capable." The tall young man curled his finger. In the hut not far from the elephant washing pool, Su Fengyan was moving books and drying them. Suddenly, the Yuzhou lieutenant and the spy leader of the Fu Shui Fang appeared together. Su Fengyan, who was squatting with a book open, raised his head and smiled. "If you have something to say, say it." The leader of the spies spoke very quickly, but his words were clear. Reporting to Wangya, at the foot of the mountain in Fuxia town, 64 Jin cavalry and 27 Fu Shui Fang death warriors are confronting 23 people led by Wang Yuanran, the youngest son of Guangling's Dean of Dao. Su Fengyan waved his hand and ordered the lieutenant, Luo Hongkai, go down the mountain and lead 500 men to Fu Shui Fang. Don't confront them, just fight to the death. Su Fengyan pondered for a moment and then continued, "The other side should have quite a number of martial art masters as bodyguards. Sui Taizhan, you take out the 4 A-class Fang Fushui men of sacrifice currently on Mount Wudong and send them down the mountain with Captain Luo." Luo Hongkai asked carefully, "Your Highness, are we really going to fight to the death?" Su Fengyan smiled. "How can we do that?" Su Fengyan quickly added, "Just beat them half to death. After this matter, people will give a thumbs up to Baoyang for treating guests with courtesy." The 2 men quickly left. Luo Hongkai rubbed his chin and said, "Old Sui, our prince is indeed a scholar, right? Sui Taizhan said unhappily, "What's the use of telling me this? Why didn't you flatter him in front of the prince?" Luo Hongkai, who was striding forward, rolled his eyes and said, "Just say yes or no?" Sui Taizhan wiped his mouth and smiled. Of course. Chapter 1533. Escape Summer Town. Escape Summer Town. Escape Summer Town. Just from its name, one would feel refreshed. However, at this time, it was very angry. In reality, of Wang Yuanran's group, in terms of appearance, other than the grandson of the old general Yan Zhenchuan, who looked like a villain, the rest of the group, including the tall young man who had seriously injured the captain of the Jin cavalry, only had a slightly arrogant attitude. They did not look like villains with a belly full of evil tricks. The four silent elders of the family also had the style of a great master. On the side of Bailiang, there were more than 60 patrolling Jin cavalry on the streets of the small town. They all wore light armor and only carried cold knives. They did not carry bows or crossbows. The Jin cavalry captain, who was in charge of the affairs of the 3 towns at the foot of Wudong Mountain, Escape Summer Town, had a sturdy body. However, he had a pair of small eyes. When he squinted, they seemed to disappear from his face. He supported the captain of the Jin cavalry, whose chest was full of blood. The latter had been punched in the chest by the tall young man and flew back several feet on the street. It was clear that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Without 2 or 3 months of recovery, he would not be able to do anything on duty. The reason the Jin cavalry captain did not act on impulse and order the 60 brothers who had accompanied him to attack the enemy was because the enemy had many hidden aces. Even with the help of the Fu Shuifang spies, they might not be able to gain an advantage. In addition, the young man who had injured the captain had already announced his identity. He was the son of Li Yang's Saxing field captain. Saxing field captain was one of the 4 field captains in the capital and had real power. His rank was not very high, but he was a strong candidate for the 12 great generals of Li Yang's 4 campaigns, 4 garrisons, and 4 pacifications. The commandant of the imperial cavalry, who had just turned 30 years old, was a descendant of a general of northern Liang. He had long been influenced by the filth of the hedonistic circle and was very familiar with it. When there was trouble, the main character would generally not come out and make a ruckus. He felt that it was beneath him and needed a handy henchman to stand up for him. The young man whose father was the shooting sound commandant belonged to this group. To be able to have such a good general of Great Peace City act as a helper, the other young masters who did not show any fear in the face of more than 60 Bailiang cavalry had to have a high status. This imperial cavalry commandant's immediate superior was the Horned Eagle commandant, Luo Hongkai, who was in charge of the military affairs of the 3 nearby counties. Commandant Luo had long since left a ruthless message that this time, the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism held by Lotus Peak was related to Bailiang's face. Those who came to Mount Wudong to join in the fun were either officials or scholars. Those young ladies were all delicate young ladies from respectable families. They were all timid and couldn't withstand the torment. When you see these people, you bunch of rough men should be more amiable. It's best if you give them a smile. When you need to give them directions, you should speak nicely and not be impatient. In short, if any bastard dared to embarrass Bailiang in front of outsiders, then he, Luo Hongkai, would make him lose a few layers of skin. The imperial cavalry commandant was in a difficult position. Although he only needed to say one word and this Fuxia town would really start fighting, and if the 60 imperial cavalry couldn't win, there were still Commandant Luo's 2,000 elite soldiers at the foot of Mount Wudong. However, since he was the commandant in charge of 200 imperial cavalry, he couldn't be so impulsive. If he beat up the son of a shooting sound commandant, then so be it. If there were 1 or 2 sons of court generals with the surname Zhenping, or if he accidentally crippled the sons of high officials of the 6 ministries, then the matter would blow up. In the end, would the king really have to personally clean up after them? However, the imperial cavalry commandant was sullen and angry. Thinking about this group of bastards who had come from Great Peace City to show off their strength, it was fortunate that they weren't Beimang barbarians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be so hesitant. Today's matter was clearly started by the nobles of Jingdou. Wu Zhangtao's ox cart was already tolerating enough. If he had been the one to see that scene, he probably would have pulled out his sword and chopped them down without another word. Who dares to bully the women of Bailiang? Wang Yuanran let out a soft breath. Fortunately, the commandant was someone who understood the big picture. Otherwise, if the two sides really started fighting without any regard for the consequences, then his secret plan would not be easy to clean up. Wang Yuanran's gaze swept over the people around him. He saw the subtle expressions of his companions. Yan Tongshu's body trembled slightly. There was both the fear of facing the legendary Bailiang soldiers and also the excitement. The entire Great Peace City was cursing him for being a lecher who couldn't be supported. It was the famous General Yan Jinchuan of the spring and autumn period who had killed too many people and committed too many crimes that he had received retribution. This was why he had such a useless grandson to support the face of the Yan family. However, if he, Yan Tongshu, could safely return to Jingdo this time, who wouldn't say that he was a hero who dared to fight the Bailiang army? Who would dare say that he was a coward? The son of the shooting commandant Li Shogua, Li Zhangliang, was in charge of guarding the northern part of Jingdo. The most famous person in Jingdo wasn't the high-ranking commandant Li, but Li Zhangliang's brother Li Chang'an. He was only in his early 30s and was already a corps general among the permanent generals of Ling. More importantly, Li Chang'an was a fourth-rank general and was one of the first generals promoted by the emperor after he ascended the throne. Li Zhangliang himself had followed Yang Shenxing and Yang Huchen's Jizhou army down south to quell the rebellion last year. Unfortunately, the Yang army was defeated one after another and became the laughingstock of all the civil and military officials. Other than the peerless General Yang Huchen who had lost an arm, no one in this army was rewarded for their contributions, regardless of whether or not they had achieved anything. Li Zhangliang, who had personally taken the heads of more than a dozen West Chu rebels on the battlefield, also fell silent because of this. Why would Li Zhangliang act today for Yan Tongshu, whom he had always looked down on? The loyalty of a friend? That was underestimating Li Zhangliang, whose father and brother were both heroes. Before this person left Jingdo, his family had been secretly trying to help him enter the Duoyen elite cavalry that the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taishuang, had built in Liaodong. However, Assistant Minister Tang had always been vague about this. He said that now that he didn't lead troops, his words might not be useful. Who would believe that? In the second year of Xiangfu, the Duoyen elite cavalry that had won a number of small battles on the border should be called the elite cavalry of the Tang family, right? However, in order to avoid suspicion, the Tang family was afraid that Tang Taishuang, would attract criticism in the Ministry of War, so the new commander of the 16,000 Duoyen elite cavalry used a border general whose surname wasn't Tang. However, that guy was slowly promoted from a sergeant to a commander by Tang Taishuang. As long as Li Zhangliang made a statement in Bailiang today, Tang Taishuang, who was Gu Jiantong's right-hand man along with Kainan, would understand without needing Li Zhangliang to say anything in Great Peace City. A Duoyen elite cavalry that everyone was jealous of was already a lieutenant. Wouldn't that be in Li Zhangliang's pocket? Song Tianbao seemed to stare dumbly at that tall Bailiang beauty. Wang Yuanran laughed coldly inside. Learning from Yan Tongshu and pretending to be a pervert? That Yan Tongshu had brought 3,000 taels of gold into Jingdo last year. In just half a year he had squandered it all. Just for Yan Tongshu alone, he had bought the first spring of several young courtesans in Great Peace City. You fatty, you can't even forget your friends when you see a beauty, so don't pretend to forget your life when you see a beauty. In the second year of Xiangfu, you claim to have stolen 5,000 taels of gold from your father. Based on your father's shrewdness, not to mention stealing 5,000 taels of gold from Liaodong without anyone noticing, I'm afraid without his consent or tacit consent, you, kid, would have a hard time even stealing a single copper coin. Fatty song, ever since you entered Jingdo in this year, relying on my Wang Yuanran's, Yan Tongshu's, and the others' names, your father probably earned far more than 8,000 taels of gold. Wang Wani, the daughter of the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Zhua, was famous in Jingdo. The old assistant minister had 8 sons. In the end, he had a daughter in his later years, so he gave his daughter this name. Wang Wani's appearance was passable, and her figure was very good. Unfortunately, her temperament was questionable. After all these years, how many poor scholars had she seduced that had the potential to become a carp jumping through the dragon's gate? Did she really think of herself as a fox immortal in a supernatural novel? Those poor scholars who could only stay in the temples in the suburbs of Jingdo, when they were reading at night, suddenly floated in from outside the window. Everyone was confused and infatuated. At this moment, Wang Wani was staring at the tall woman from the northern region, who looked like a real fox fairy descending to the mortal world, as if she was her enemy. Seeing that the situation was under control, Wang Yuanran became increasingly calm. His line of sight leaped over the Bailiang cavalry, discovering that Yin Changjing and the others had already arrived by Gao Shiqing's side. When Wang Yuanran saw these people, he obviously couldn't help but feel complicated. Last year, his father was still a minister who had the potential to take over Gu Lu's authority from Grand Secretary Zhang. However, even if his father wasn't transferred to the chaotic Guangling path, during that storm that shook Jingdo, after Wang Yuanran provoked Zhao Chunyuan and beat up Han Xingyan, he was still brought by his father to kneel outside Zhao Manor for half a day. Even now, Wang Yuanran still didn't feel like he was in the wrong. It was Zhao Chunyuan, this fickle woman, who had let down her childhood sweetheart first. In the end, she ran off to become the wife of that surnamed Yin, saying that she and Yin Changjing loved each other, that it was she who let down Wang Yuanran's brother who was publicly acknowledged as gentle and honest. In reality, wasn't it because she saw that the Yin family's future prospects were good, especially since Yin Maochun was going to take over her father's heavenly official position as Minister of Personnel? Zhao Yuling, this old man, had occupied the Ministry of Personnel for more than 10 years, grasping the authority to promote all of the officials under the heavens. Did he really not have a bit of shit under his seat? Could he really wipe it clean before heading to the Secretariat? If Wang Yuanran could, he wanted to run up to Zhao Chunyuan and give her a slap. Then, he would expose Han Xingyan's past in front of the Gao siblings. You brat, you only have this much prospects. You clearly love that Gao Shiqing, but you don't even dare to say it out loud. You can only obediently follow the matchmaker's words and marry that county princess Zhao. Wang Yuanran's relationship with Han Xingyan wasn't bad. Last year, when he punched Assistant Minister Han's son in the face, wasn't it also because he lamented over his son's misfortune and anger? In the end, Wang Yuanran's line of sight stopped on Yin Changjing's body. His gaze was exactly the same as the one Wang Wani looked at that Bailiang woman. Chapter 1534. Yin Changjing, what a great talent that everyone thought highly of. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust, gentleness, respect, frugality, it all seemed to be in one person. Was there really such a perfect young talent in the world? Wang Yuanran did not believe it, but from Zhao Yuling to Yuangue to Han Lin, and even Wang Yuanran's father Wang Xiongui, this large group of Yong Hui's famous ministers who came from Gu Lu, who did not praise Yin Changjing. Wang Yuanran suddenly laughed. There really was someone who thought the same as him. And it was someone Yin Changjing wouldn't have guessed even if he was beaten to death. That was the important minister of the three dynasties of Li Yang, Tantanan, Huanwen. Wang Yuanran was afraid of many people in his life, but the only person he respected was Tantanan. So when Tantanan told him to go to the Imperial College to reflect on his mistakes, Wang Yuanran directly refused his mother's urging to stay and really went to the Imperial College to reflect on his mistakes. When Wang Yuanran was about to leave the Imperial College, there were already rumors that Tantanan intended to abdicate and that Zhao Yuling or Yin Maochun was very likely to enter the Minxia province. When the undercurrents were surging, the old man personally went to the Imperial College to see Wang Yuanran. Before leaving, Tantanan said something that Wang Yuanran thought he would never forget in his life. Brat, being a person is like flipping through a book and reciting scriptures. Not to mention this old man whose neck is in the yellow earth, even your father Wang Xionggui's age is half buried in the earth. He has almost flipped through the book to the end and can't find anything new. But a young man like you is different. There is an old saying that every family has its own difficult scriptures, but no matter how difficult it is, you should be sensible. You have to read it well and read it well. The reason why I'm talking nonsense with you is that when I, Huanwen, was young, I was also like you, idling around. But the old saying that a prodigal who returns is more valuable than gold is not a lie. Of course, Wang Yuanran knew that the little Zhenren Wu Shizhen had an ulterior motive. This was nothing. Not to mention those in the distance, just Li Zhangliang, Song Tianbao, and the others who were nearby were all smart people. Acting so rashly was all for the sake of getting what they needed. To be able to make it to their level, even the infamous Yen Tongshu wasn't a fool. Song Tianbao wanted to rely on Yen Tongshu's identity as Yen Zhenchuan's grandson to raise his banner. Other than freeloading and sleeping with courtesans for a whole year, how much money had Yen Tongshu secretly earned for the Yen family who had always been cash-strapped? At least 200,000 taels. Otherwise, do you think old General Yan's posthumous body could pass the Board of Rights meetings so smoothly? The more he re-examined the people around him, the more Wang Yuanran began to understand that it was not easy for his father to become an official. Therefore, although Wang Yuanran could not help his father return to the capital as an important official, at the very least, he could win some reputation for his father. All of a sudden, a pleasant surprise came. Probably sensing the difficult situation of the Bailiang cavalry, as one of the parties involved, the Bailiang woman with a sword reported her identity. It turned out that her father was Song Yen, the son of the Lingzhou provincial governor. As the second-in-command of the civil officials in Lingzhou, he could be considered one of the top officials in Bailiang. Song Yan's daughter, Song Huangmei, pointed the tip of her sword at Li Zhangliang, the son of Colonel Shooting Sound, and said angrily, "Compared to officials, is that so? What's so great about your father's bullshit, Colonel?" Wang Yuanran could not help but laugh. Now that Bailiang had cut a large number of surplus generals and colonels, as long as they did not hold military power, they did not even have the right to hang the Bailiang saber when they went out. However, the colonel of Li Zhangliang's father, Li Shogua, was indeed quite amazing. He was now a fourth-rank official, comparable to Song Yanzizhou. Furthermore, this Colonel Shooting Sound did not dare to say that he would immediately become one of the 4 generals of the 4th expedition, but as long as he operated it well, after 4 to 5 years of smooth sailing, he would definitely become one of the lower-ranked generals. Furthermore, his brother had a private nickname of Little Chen Wang in the Liang military circle. In front of Li Zhangliang, this Colonel Shooting Sound was still not enough. The pervert Yen Tongshu first snickered, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly. This hedonistic son of a rich family had the ability to make a man tremble. He held a fan in one hand and covered his heart with the other. "Brother, I'm scared to death." Yen Tongshu finally stopped laughing. He curled his lips and said, "Don't even talk about Izhou. The provincial governor is just SOSO. At this time, the cold and elegant woman who had been indifferent to the farce finally spoke. She turned her head and said softly to the commandant of the Imperial Cavalry, "My father is Administrator Li." The commandant of the Imperial Cavalry was stunned. The woman smiled sweetly and said softly, "Yes, I also have a younger brother called Li Hanlin. He is now the commandant of the Liangzhou crossbowmen." In the Bailiang military, whether it was the garrison troops or the border troops outside the Great Wall, most people had heard of the name Li Hanlin. It was even more effective than the number 1 civil official in Bailiang, Li Gongda. The commandant of the Imperial Cavalry smiled knowingly at first, but he became more and more conflicted. Today's matter was really not a matter of whether the two sides were high or low officials. He was an insignificant commandant of the Imperial Cavalry in Bailiang. It was not because he was worried about his background that he did not dare to give the order to beat those bastards into a pig's head. It was because the war at Liangmang was so intense that he, the only son of the Imperial Cavalry, had no chance to go to the border to kill the barbarians because his father and mother had dragged in all the elders of the family to pester him. However, his father had been a military officer at the Great Wall of Yuzhou and had always paid attention to the general situation. As the commandant, he knew quite a bit about the relationship between Bailiang and the Liang Imperial Court. The more this was the case, the more he could not make trouble for Commandant Luo or even the prince and implicate Bailiang in an even more dangerous situation. He turned his head to look at his subordinate, Sergeant Tao Che, who was unwilling to leave no matter what. Even this old brother of his knew the severity of the matter. He had taken off his armor and saber and was going to fight with Li Zhongliang as a Bailiang citizen. How could he act rashly? Tao Che was once a sergeant of the Bailiang crossbowmen. Like Li Hanlin, he was also an elite scout responsible for clearing the path for the Dragon Elephant cavalry up north. His left leg was severely injured in battle and he had no choice but to retire from the crossbowmen. According to the rules of the Bailiang Frontier Army, he could have served as a deputy in the local garrison. However, Tao Che refused no matter what, saying that he was an old cripple and that he would be satisfied if he could return to the local garrison as a sergeant. That one call of the Bailiang barbarians. For an old soldier who had probably spent half his life fighting the Bailiang barbarians to the death, it was too hurtful. The Imperial Cavalry Commandant Fan Xiangda lowered his head and said softly to his old brother who had returned from the Liangzhou border, "I'm sorry." Yen Tongshu opened his fan with a snap and smiled. "What's the saying again? The temple is small and the wind is strong, but the water is shallow and there are many bastards. Who would have thought that I would be able to meet both the administrator and the daughter of the governor while casually strolling through the streets of this small town? What, you want to use your power to bully people? You want to use your private army to kill us good people?" Wang Wani was instantly amused. Using power to bully people and good people, these two phrases coming out of Yen Tongshu's mouth really had a different flavor. Wang Yuanran and Li Zhongliang both had calm expressions. The more powerful the Bailiang side was, the more cheers they would receive in the capital in the future. However, the four experts beside them were a lot more nervous. With the combined strength of 2 master-level experts and 2 level 3 experts, not to mention 60 to 70 cavalry, even 200 to 300 cavalry wouldn't be a problem. However, if they really met the daughter of the Bailiang administrator, then it would be the same as angering the daughter of the Grand Secretary in the capital of Liang. At that time, it might alert the large-scale regular army here. Who started the bloody policy of Liang's 20 years of Jianghu? Wasn't it the old Liang Prince Su Rentu? Moreover, it was said that the Su Fengnian who had just fought with Tuoba Bodhisattva was on Wudong Mountain right now. At that time, not to mention protecting the safety of these young masters and ladies, they might not even be able to protect themselves. Not far away, Gao Shiqing also smiled and said, "This Yen Tongshu isn't stupid to the extreme. This way, the Bailiang cavalry will either retreat with their tails between their legs, or they will have no choice but to use their power to bully people and kill innocent people." Gao Shilian snorted coldly and said, "If I were the Imperial Cavalry Commandant, I wouldn't waste my breath. Even if I don't kill people, I would hang Yen Tongshu up and beat him up." Chapter 1535. Yin Changging shook his head and said, "Northern Liang is in a dilemma. If we don't completely fall out with them, we won't be able to capture Yen Tongshu and the others with an army of at least 600 riders and a few martial experts protecting them." Gao Shilian said unhappily, "To be able to make Bailiang suffer a setback once, won't they be treated as heroes when they return to the capital?" Yin Changging smiled. "Let's go, we've seen the show. You guys really wasted that pot of Spring God Lake tea." At this time, the streets of the small town rumbled like thunder. Even Zhao Chunyuan felt a suffocating pressure. When a group of black-armored cavalry charged into the small town, there were constantly archers dismounting from their horses and climbing onto the roofs to occupy advantageous terrain. In this small town, there were no more than 400 to 500 soldiers on the streets and archers on the roofs, but they formed a black cloud that could destroy a city. The leading general took the lead, urging his horse to gallop to the side of the Jin Cavalry Commandant Fan Xiangda. Sitting high on the back of the Liangzhou horse, he angrily rebuked with a gloomy face, "Surnamed Fan, are you sunbathing here?" Fan Xiangda didn't know what to do. He was about to speak when the Horned Eagle Captain Luo Hongkai scolded, "Bastard, how can there be a Bailiang army that doesn't draw their sword when facing an enemy? If the prince hears this and knows that I raised a nest of bear soldiers, how can I still be a captain?" Luo Hongkai looked around and said in a low voice, "Unrelated people, leave the streets. You will not be treated as an enemy if you're late." This Lieutenant Luo was probably really angry at that Fan Xiangda, but he was his trusted aide after all, so he left some face for the commandant of the Brocade Cavalry. He turned his head slightly and spat before suddenly raising his arm and saying in a clear voice, "Patrolling brocade cavalry, retreat. Hippogriff cavalry, get into formation. Draw your swords." Luo Hongkai stared darkly at the group of people and grinned out of habit. His teeth were especially white and frightening. If anyone escapes without reason, the archers will kill them on the spot. The streets of the small town weren't wide. Logically speaking, it wasn't suitable for cavalry to gallop through. However, it wasn't hard for a cavalry to charge through. It wasn't like they were going to collide with those orderly infantry formations, so they could do whatever they wanted. The Horned Eagle Captain Luo Hongkai had around 3,000 soldiers under his command. He only had 500 cavalry. He had always been very careful. He begged and asked his superiors for more than 800 B-grade warhorses from the Bailiang horse farm. In the local army, other than the first-class captains who guarded the dangerous passes, this was already a shocking achievement. For the captains of Yuzhou and Lingzhou, where most of the soldiers were infantrymen, to have 200 B-grade warhorses was already a miracle. Of course, the reason why Luo Hongkai was so capable was because the king of Bailiang had personally led 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry from Jibei to Hulu's mouth. Thanks to the prince, the Bailiang horse farm, which usually didn't pay much attention to the garrison troops in Liangzhou, had finally changed their view of the garrisoned troops in Yuzhou. Within the scope of their responsibility, they would give priority to warhorses to Yuzhou, which was never known for its cavalry. As for the captains of Lingzhou, they could forget about it. Who asked Yuzhou to have a Luandao who fought side by side with the prince? Do you have one in Lingzhou? Yen Tongshu was probably so scared that his legs had turned to jelly. His face was pale, and his lips were trembling. Even though the 4 experts who had quite a reputation in Liang Lake walked out and stood in front of them to protect them, this eldest son of the Yen family still couldn't help but tremble. This time, he was finally not as flirtatious as before. The son of the county chief of Hezhou, Lu Qingfeng, had a long face. He even had the thought of dying. "I just want to marry an assistant minister's daughter as my wife to bring honor to my ancestors." "How can you Bailiang kill people just like that?" Li Zhangliang, who had experienced the toughness of the battlefield, was probably the calmest one among them. He was sizing up all the details of this regular army in Bailiang. The 2 local playboys of Bailiang who had joined the group to run errands for the rich and powerful in the capital almost turned around at the same time, wanting to escape into the inn. However, the middle-aged man who was acting as a guard instructor for the Li family suddenly reached out his hands and pulled the 2 back. Then 2 arrows flew through the air. If he didn't pull them back from the gates of hell, then the 2 pitiful creatures would have been nailed to the back by the arrows. If they were lucky enough to survive, they would be heavily injured. Wang Yuanren finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, "You Bailiang really dare to kill people on the street for no reason?" The Hippo Hawk captain, Luo Hongkai, didn't waste his breath on him and waved his hand. The cavalry started to charge. An old expert who was the stabilizing force behind the scenes in the Yen family attacked first. The old man was a true second-grade master. If it wasn't for the fact that he suffered a fatal injury on the battlefield when he was middle-aged and coughed non-stop every time it rained and even breathing was painful, the old man might have already been a first-grade King Kong or even a mysterious Finger Realm expert. After the old man was saved by Yen Zhenchuan from the battlefield, he stayed in the Yen family to repay his kindness. In the capital, he had the nickname of Half-Chi River Crossing. It was said that although the old man had difficulty breathing when he was sick, when he was facing an enemy, his earth energy was extremely dense and he was also very skilled in martial arts. The old man faced a Hippo Hawk cavalry that charged at him, and he was just about to smash the warhorse's head with his palm when a wisp of a strange figure suddenly flashed out from the side. The figure's hands pushed lightly on his chest, and it actually pushed him back to where he stood on the spot. Just as the old man exhaled, he had no choice but to take another breath. The slightly wrinkled clothes on his chest trembled and returned to normal. He wasn't the only one. The other 3 experts from his camp all tried to block the rider's path, but they were all blocked by someone else. Even though the 8 of them clashed 4 times in the blink of an eye, each with their own advantages and disadvantages, this gap allowed the Horned Eagle rider to reach Yen Tongshu, who was standing at the outermost edge. When the rider brushed past Yen Tongshu, the northern cold saber that didn't seem to be swinging left a large wound on the shoulder of the stunned Yen family's eldest young master. Fortunately, Li Zhongliang pulled Yen Tongshu back. Otherwise, the wound would have been on Yen Tongshu's neck. After the first rider, there were still hundreds of riders coming from behind. Li Zhongliang, who didn't want to get too deeply involved, had no choice but to fight personally. He took 2 steps forward, bent his back and twisted his head to dodge the blade on the back of the horse. Then, he slammed his shoulder into the side of the warhorse, sending both the rider and the horse flying. However, the third rider didn't give Li Zhongliang any chance to catch his breath. Li Zhongliang took a series of quick steps, turned around, and grabbed the rider's arm that was holding the blade. Li Zhongliang roared angrily and dragged the rider off the horse, throwing him towards the fourth rider. The latter didn't even put away his blade. Instead, he leaned his body to the right and dodged it. Then he still managed to stab Li Zhongliang with his blade. Gao Shilian, who was following the crowd back to the inn, saw this scene. Although he wasn't part of the situation, he was still very worried. He said softly to Yin Changing, "Are we really going to leave like this? From the looks of it, this Bailiang cavalry really knows how to kill." Yin Changing hesitated and finally stopped. He looked at Li Zhongliang and the others in the distance, who were already in danger. His expression was heavy. The group stopped under the eaves. Gao Shiqing said angrily, "These Bailiang people are too much. How can they kill people on the street in front of so many people? Is there any justice in this world? Wang Yuanran is the son of an administrator. He didn't do anything heartless. How can the Bailiang cavalry just kill him like that?" Yin Changing didn't say anything. He knew that it was probably because of the sensitive identities of Wang Yuanran and the others that the Bailiang didn't hesitate to go to war. Under certain rules, the imperial court made things difficult for the Bailiang. The Bailiang could endure it, and had endured it for 20 years. However, the Bailiang couldn't be humiliated. The corner of Yin Changing's mouth lifted slightly. He walked out of the eaves and said softly to the window on the second floor of the inn, "Thank you, Mr. Qi." The next moment, the streets of Escape Summer Town were filled with sword qi. The coldness of the sword qi instantly made the name Escape Summer Town more appropriate. However, before Gao Shiqing, Zhao Wenwei, and the others could sincerely sigh at Qi Jiaji's profound swordsmanship and magnificent sword qi, they suddenly felt a bone-piercing coldness come and go in a hurry. It was gone just like that. Then, without them noticing, a young man with a book in his hand was standing next to them. It was as if he had just been reading at home and didn't have time to relax before coming out to join in the fun. There was only a slight breeze on the streets of Escape Summer Town. It wasn't enough to flip the pages of the book. However, Zhao Chunyuan and Gao Shiqing, who were more observant, saw that the young man had just turned a page of the book. Chapter 1536. A middle-aged man stepped over the threshold of the inn. Such a simple movement made Yin Changing and the others feel a breath like a spring breeze. The man was wearing a white robe with a jade belt. The sleeves were narrow and the body was wide. The robe was made of Sichuan brocade, a first-class tribute of the Liang dynasty. The collar and sleeves were inlaid with fine and delicate brocade with golden edges. The big part was simple and elegant, but the small part was noble. Probably only this kind of refined man with a hidden edge could marry the rouge girl with the reputation of peach blossom horse and pomegranate skirt when he was 20 years old. The middle-aged man had a long sword hanging from his waist. The scabbard was black and simple, as if it was made from the skin of a python. But what was really strange was that the sword did not have a sword guard or hilt. Qi Jiajie, the #1 swordsman in the capital. Since he was 9 years old, he started practicing with the family heirloom sword, Ban Xiang. In the past 30 years, he traveled north to the 2 Liao provinces, south to Jianghuai, east to Jianshi, west to Jianghe, and visited all the famous mountains and rivers in the world. During this period, Qi Jiajie changed to the sword, setting sun, at the age of 18. He challenged 6 grandmasters of the sword, including Dongyue sword pool suzerain Song Yanqing, Guangling Spring Snow Building's chief minister Chai Qingshan, and Tangxi sword Saint Lu Baijie. He lost all 6 battles and returned to the capital for closed-door training. When he came out at the age of 26, he changed to the killing sword, Smelly Tang. At the border of Liaodong, he single-handedly fought 800 Beimang cavalry and retreated unscathed, chopping off more than 300 heads. At the age of 30, he changed to the sword, Changyu. It had no edge and no hilt, so if he held the scabbard upside down, the sword would slip out of the scabbard. Since ancient times, the long sword in the world had been called Changyu. Qi Jiajie's intention in changing to this sword was obvious. There were millions of long swords in the world, but only one, Changyu, was enough. As a result, Qi Jiajie and that northern Mang sword energy that he had changed his name to be close to yellow-green were known as Qi Shu Yellow Path, respectively viewed as the successors of Deng Tai, A and Li Chuangong's successive sword gods. After Shenyuan Qingfeng, Qi Jiajie was ranked as one of the top 10 experts of Liang. His ranking was even higher than Chai Qingshan, who had returned to the Dongyue sword pool to assume the position of suzerain. What made Qi Jiajie even more famous was that the purple dress of Mount Hui, who was known for her loftiness and arrogance, had publicly said, "Mr. Qi's realm is 1 foot lower than mine, and when it comes to killing, I'm 10 feet lower than Mr. Qi's." This directly caused Qi Jiajie, who had not shown his sword for many years, to reach the peak of his reputation, vaguely gaining the status of the #1 expert of the northern land in Jianghu. Seeing Mr. Qi come out in person, Gao Shilian and the others felt relieved. In the minds of these juniors in Jing who had heard the name Qi Jiajie since childhood, even if the sky fell, Mr. Qi would be able to hold it up with one sword. Although they had guessed that Mr. Qi's previous release and withdrawal of sword energy was mostly related to this unknown young master beside them, so what? There had always been a saying in Great Peace City that Mr. Qi's true strength was not in his current realm of the sword, but in how Mr. Qi's cultivation would be higher than yesterday's. Especially when Liu Baijie resigned from his post as Minister of War and left to take up his post elsewhere. Qi Jiajie had sent him off and even gifted his sword to him. Liu Baijie, the Tangxi sword immortal, smiled and said, "Maybe in less than 20 years, I won't even be worthy of being Mr. Qi's sword disciple." Qi Yanglong's knowledge, Tantanan's seal engraving, Qi Jiajie's swordsmanship, and now the chess skills of Li Yang's chess saint, Fan Zhonghe. Of the millions of people in Great Peace City, who would not be proud? When the young master who had come with the book saw Qi Jiajie walk out, the two exchanged a look. Compared to the young man who had a leisurely attitude and always had the ability to find irrelevant details in the wind and waves, Gao Shiqing found to her shock that Mr. Qi had taken the famed sword from his waist for the first time and held it in his hand. At this time, a group of people quickly came from the east end of Escape Summertown. Zhao Wenwei, who was young and lively, couldn't help but look over. There were 4 people in the group, men and women of all ages. He only had his eyes on one person. As they came closer, the youth could finally see the person's appearance and could not move his eyes away. It was a woman of the same age who had just started to show signs of being outstanding. Her face, which had some baby fat, was thinning. A beauty with an oval face floated out of the water. Her robes were as white as snow, and she carried a white scabbard longsword on her back. She also had a simple red sandalwood hairpin on her head. The hairpin was like a sword that flew through her hair. In this moment, Zhao Wenwei was mesmerized. The saying that there were beauties in books was a lie. How could they be as beautiful as the real woman outside the book? Everyone had their own eyes. Gao Shiqing's first eyes were on the handsome young master in green robes and holding a sword. She exclaimed, "Li Yibai of the Dongyue sword pool?" Li Yibai was not only famous in Liang Lake, but also in Jiangnan and even in the officialdom of the capital. Li Yibai's teacher was Song Yanqing, the head of the Dongyue sword pool. His family was a distinguished family. In the past, the top 10 magnates of the spring and autumn period valued family status the most. Except for the intermarriage of the 10 families, even some of the imperial families who were not of orthodox birth disdained to form an alliance through marriage. However, the Li family that Li Yibai belonged to could become the next best marriage partner of the 10 magnates. In the spring and autumn period, there were only 8 families that received this honor: Li, Pei, Yu, and Xie. Among them, The Pei family fell into silence after the Shenzhou continent sank. The most famous person in the family was actually a woman, Pei Nanwei, the concubine of the old king of Jing, Zhaoheng. Li Yibai's temperament showed the gentleness and elegance of a noble young master in Ling. With a charming smile, he looked at Gao Shilian and Gao Shiqing and said softly, "I didn't expect to meet Brother Gao and Miss Gao in the northwest." Since it was Li Yibai who came from the Dongyue sword pool, then the identity of the tall old man beside him was revealed. He was Chai Qingshan, one of the few great masters of the sword in the world. Presumably, Qi Jiajie's majestic sword qi that filled the small town had attracted this group of people. After Chai Qingshan entered the small town, he did not look at Qi Jiajie, who was at the same level, but at the young man holding the book. Li Yibai ignored the strange atmosphere under the eaves of the inn and introduced to the Gao siblings with a smile. "My martial uncle Chai was a good friend of the holy monk of the Dragon Tree in his early years. When he heard that the white-robed monk was going to preach at the Lotus Peak, he specially brought us to Baoyang. As for these two children, they are martial uncle Chai's beloved disciples, Song Tinglu and Shani. What are you waiting for? Quickly call Brother Gao and Sister Gao." Chapter 1537. The handsome young man, who was not tall but had an extremely long sword on his waist, responded with an "Oh." He politely greeted Brother Gao and Sister Gao, and then continued to stare at his peer with vigilance. He was furious. This guy wants to stick his eyes on my junior sister. What does he want to do? Does he want to take my sword? Only when Song Tinglu looked at Zhao Wenwei did everyone notice that he was staring at the girl in white with a strange name. Zhao Wenwei's sister, Zhao Chunyuan, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her silly brother, who only liked to read, practice, and paint with his father since he was a child, finally had his first awakening of love? Zhao Wenwei asked softly, "Your name is 321? The girl, who had long been accustomed to this kind of thing, said indifferently, "My surname is Shan. I'm not 321. Today, the girl in white's simple and polite words were remembered by Zhao Wenwei, who would die of Wenjin in the future, for a lifetime. Song Tinglu snorted coldly, "Brat, don't try to get close to my junior sister. I can beat 100 weak scholars like you down without using my hands. When the time comes, beat me up. Don't say I didn't warn you." After such a commotion, the three boys and girls, each with their own thoughts, gathered under the eaves, which were slightly hostile after the strange young man and Qi Jiajie appeared one after another. Suddenly, the atmosphere relaxed a little. The scholar, who had just closed the book and tucked it under his armpit, suffered such an unexpected calamity for no reason. Not only was he not angry, he even smiled and gave the young Song Tinglu a thumbs up. The seemingly naive Zhao Wenwei said happily, "You know it even if I didn't warn you. You're also a scholar." Yin Changging gently knocked on his brother-in-law's head and scolded, "Learning to read and write can't be used to argue." Standing under the stairs, Chai Qingshan looked at the young man under the eaves. His scholarly aura was not as good as Yin Changging's, and his Jianghu aura was not as good as Li Yibai's. However, even Qi Jiajie and Qi Jiajie, two gurus, still couldn't suppress this person's potential momentum. Only Li Yibai, who had reached a high level in Jianghu, could slightly sense it. Yin Changging, Gao Shilian, and others were not Jianghu people after all. Shan Yi suddenly asked curiously, "You have sword qi on you. Are you also a swordsman?" The man took out the book from under his armpit and waved it. He said with a smile, "Green Water Pavilion Sword Practice Record of 60 years. Have you heard of this secret manual?" The girl nodded solemnly and said, "I've heard from my master that there are many swordsmanship manuals in the world, and the Green Water Pavilion has the reputation of being the best. It's a pity that the author's aptitude is limited and can't catch a glimpse of the scenery above the Xian finger level. Therefore, it only has momentum but not spirit." That person lamented, "When I first used Green Water Pavilion to practice my swordsmanship, there was an old man who commented on this book, and it was similar to what you said." Chai Qingshan finally opened his mouth to speak. He said in a low voice, "I didn't expect that the parting with Li Chungang by the Guangling River would be the last time I see him." That person put away the book again and said slowly, "If it weren't for Great Master Chai's obstruction and the fact that he was not as skillful as he was, I and the old man in the sheepskin fur coat would have been able to walk up to the reviewing platform by the river. Chai Qingshan said expressionlessly, "It's a matter of loyalty to the emperor." At that time, Chai Qingshan, was a guest of the spring snow building in Guangling. Of course, I had to stop Li Chungang. As for how I stopped him and whether it was honorable or not, I didn't care so much. Qi Jiajia's words were shocking. "Lord Chai, is there a first come, first served rule?" Chai Qingshan, who came from the southeast to the northwest this time, did not bring a long sword. The old man glanced at Qi Jiajia's sword, long sword, and did not speak. Yin Changing gently held his wife Zhao Chuanyuan's hand to ease her tension. The person beside him was the northwest vassal king Su Fengyan. Zhao Chuanyuan was a socialite from a noble family in the capital. She had also heard countless legends about this person. He had traveled to Liang Lake twice, went to Beimeng alone once, traveled to the west regions twice, and fought in Beiliang once. How many high and mighty masters in the world had died in the hands of this young man? Back then, Ren Tu led the army and rode horses to Jianghu, trampling the courage of half of Jianghu. As for the son, he smashed the Liang River Lake, which had been flourishing with great difficulty, into a mess almost all by himself. Martial Emperor City had become a thing of the past. Yang Taisui died at the Iron Gate Pass. Catman Han Xingxian died suddenly. Song Nianxing died in a foreign land. Master Lu Hao suddenly disappeared. Xielingzhen of the Spring Invitation Cottage in Shishu died for no reason beside the Spring God Lake. Zhao Ningxian, the young genius of the Taoist master residence in Longhu Mountain, was beaten to the ground. Gao Shilian and Han Xingyan swallowed subconsciously. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Even Gao Shiqing, who was not afraid of anything, quietly took a few steps back. Su Fengyan, who had rushed from Mount Wudong to the escaped summer town at the foot of the mountain, did not feel as if he was facing a great enemy when facing the two sword masters, Qi Jiajia and Chai Qingshan. He turned to look at the bloody battle on the other side of the street and turned back to look at Gao Shilian, who was standing beside Yin Changing. "You are the son of Duke Yen, Gao Shiji. My spy from Fu Shui mentioned that you would come to Mount Wudong with Qi Jiajia and the others. So when Qi Jiajia released his sword energy, I came. Other than telling Qi Jiajia not to do anything unnecessary, I also wanted to thank you. Gao Shilian, do you still remember that martial addict Kong? He was a young man from Beiliang who went to Tai city earlier than Yan Qiji. Now he is working in the Ministry of War. I heard that when he first came to the capital, he was bullied a lot. It was you, Gao Shilian, who helped him. Later, Yan Qiji followed Yan Jieshi and Yan Dongwu to the capital. You were also the first person from the capital to hang out with Yan Qiji." Gao Shilian did not feel the slightest bit flattered. In fact, this duke's son even had the thought of killing himself. I, Kong Wuqi, and Yan Qiji felt like old friends at first sight. "I have nothing to do with you, the Prince of Northern Liang. Please don't thank me. You, Su Fengyan, should just knock me out with one punch. Otherwise, when I return to the capital, rumors will spread all over the capital. Won't that bad-tempered father of mine break my legs?" But Gao Shilian sadly found that he only dared to listen and could not say a word. Qi Jiajia asked, "Are you done?" Su Fengyan shook his head and said, "No hurry. It just so happens that I am waiting for someone here." "What, are you going to stand up for Wang Yuanran and his group of playboys? But let me say this first. No matter how much trouble they make, it is still the same. For example, that Lu Chengfeng who sneaked into the capital from Hezhou, the grudges from his early years are in the past. Wang Yuanran, who fought with me at Zhujiao Embassy in Tian City, is about the same. But if you, Qi Jiajia, intend to interfere, then their originally insignificant debt will be counted on you, the #1 swordsman in the capital." Su Fengyan smiled for no reason. "If we really want to calculate, there is indeed a debt between us." Qi Jiajia clenched the famous sword he had been with for more than 10 years. He was calm and composed. He laughed and said, "Let's do it together." The young man, Zhao Wenwei, clenched his fist and waved it quietly. Mr. Qi was indeed Mr. Qi. Even when facing one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts, the king of Beiliang, he was not inferior in terms of speech, momentum, or the style of a master. Su Fengnian, who had his back to the inn and was facing the street, did not look sideways. He said softly, "Okay, then please draw your sword first." Chapter 1538. As soon as he said this, Yin Changging, Han Xingyan, Li Yibai, Song Tinglu, and Shan Yi were all shocked beyond words. To Qi Jiajie, who had the potential to become the Grand Master of swordsmanship, he said he couldn't even draw his sword out of the scabbard? Perhaps in Jianghu for 1,000 years, only Ancestor Lu, who passed the gate of heaven but never entered, could say this. This guy with a book under his arm, was he trying to oppress others with his power? Although Qi Jiajie didn't dominate the martial arts world with his abundant qi, he was able to become the best swordsman in the capital. His strength was close behind the 14 Wu judges. It would be ridiculous if he couldn't even draw his sword. It was clear that a battle was imminent, but Chai Qingshan, who was inexplicably involved in the center of the storm, didn't move. He didn't intend to take Li Yibai and his 2 disciples away, nor did he circulate his qi to prevent any accidents. Obviously, if Su Fengnian and Qi Jiajie were to fight freely, there wouldn't be much difference whether they were in or out of the town. Chai Qingshan must have bet that the confrontation between the two would be a gentleman's fight. The two sides would form a tacit agreement to fight within a square inch, so as not to implicate the people in the town. How could Chai Qingshan miss such a rare opportunity to train his mind in martial arts when he had a certain level of insight and experience as a bystander with a certain level of expertise? How could Chai Qingshan miss such a rare opportunity? Qi Jiajie tilted the famous sword Chang Dao, which was cast from the Jinglong sword furnace. It was 3 feet and 3 inches long. His 5 slender fingers didn't reach out to draw the sword, but the Chang Dao suddenly sounded like a dragon's cry. Less than an inch out of the scabbard, the Yin suddenly felt a cold wind blowing against their faces. This time, after a slight stop, the Chang Dao's length suddenly increased to more than 3 inches. The Chang Dao left the scabbard twice, both times very smoothly. But in this world, things could be done once or twice, but not thrice. The Chang Dao didn't move at all. The 3 people from Dongyue Sword Lake, who had sharpened their hearing after practicing martial arts, could already hear the constant sound of mosquitoes and flies flapping their wings. Yin Changging and the others also noticed that outside the eaves, on the streets of the town, dust gradually flew into the air, forming land tornadoes. They spun slowly, like a group of women in yellow dancing gracefully. Finally, at an extremely slow speed that even Gao Shiqing could see with the naked eye, the long sword left its sheath by another inch or so. However, Qi Jiajie's Sichuan brocade robe, which seemed to be untainted no matter where he was, began to tremble slightly, like a dragonfly touching the surface of a calm lake, causing ripples. Under the scorching sun in Escape Summer Town, the place where Qi Jiajie stood under the eaves of the inn happened to be alternating between light and dark. Originally, it was difficult for ordinary people to perceive the light, but now it was not only clearly visible, but also distorted in an instant. Song Tinglu and Shan Yi blinked at the same time, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. However, after blinking, those strange lights were indeed like snakes. At the same time, the small tornadoes on the street shattered and dissipated. The saber finally came out of its sheath another inch. Gao Shiqing was completely unaware that she was already sweating profusely. The black hair on her temples was wet and stuck to her crimson cheeks. Zhao Wenwei also subconsciously loosened her fists and spread out her palms to wipe the sweat on her robe. The white-clothed girl with a sword on her back was also an outsider, but in fact, she was more nervous than Gao Shiqing and the others. She whispered to the boy of the same sect, "Song Tinglu, do you think Qi Jiajie's sword can be completely unsheathed?" The sword at his waist was actually 4 feet long. Song Tinglu thought for a moment and solemnly said, "Call me senior brother, and I'll tell you the answer." The young girl wore a sword-shaped red sandalwood hairpin, and her willowy eyebrows were as thin as swords. Therefore, when she frowned, she appeared particularly heroic. However, the young girl quickly smiled brightly and sweetly called out, "Senior brother." The boy shivered as if he had seen a ghost during the day. He then pretended to be stupid and laughed. "The answer is, I don't know." Given the girl's temper, If it was in the past, she would have already drawn her sword and slashed the future sect master of Sword Lake until he ran all over the mountain. However, today she took a deep breath for the first time and let Song Tinglu go. The latter soon understood the reason behind it and rolled his eyes. Compared to Zhao Wenwei's irritation when she glared at her junior sister in the past, the boy, who was quite energetic, had suddenly turned into a frosted eggplant, and he looked listless. There was no helping it. Her junior sister had to carefully maintain her ladylike image in front of her, as well as a certain person that almost all the other senior sisters and junior sisters of Sword Lake admired. Her junior sister was a person who would have probably never come into contact with yellow rouge in her entire life. However, after arriving in Yuzhou, every time she saw a cosmetic shop on the street, she couldn't move her feet away. At that time, even if she had to make a scene, she should have told her master not to agree to come to Bailiang with her junior sister. After the dust that had created the small tornado dissipated, it was blown up by the wind. Su Fengnian waved his hand and gently scattered it. Qi Jiajie bent the fingers of his sword-wielding hand and turned it into an illusory grip on the saber. The saber spun rapidly, as if thunder was rolling in his palm. Seizing the opportunity, the saber was forcibly pulled out of its sheath by 3 inches. However, a spider web appeared on the bluestone floor under the Northern Sword hero's feet, and the cracks continued to expand and extend outwards. Gao Shilian was so frightened that he hurriedly pulled Zhao Wenwei back in a hurry. The young couple, Yin Changying and Zhao Chunyuan, both saw Sir Qi's white robe begin to flutter. Then, the movement became louder and louder, flapping in the wind like a war banner on the battlefield. Zhao Wenwei, who previously had the leisure to secretly size up the white-clothed girl, felt uneasy. She wanted nothing more than to cheer for the immortal Sir Qi. She desperately hoped that Sir Qi would pull out the entire saber in one spurt of energy and extinguish the arrogance of the young king of Bailiang. However, to be honest, after seeing this notorious Northwest vassal king with her own eyes, putting aside his provocative words, he was no different from those outstanding scholars Zhao Wenwei had seen when she was studying in the diligent department of the Imperial Palace and Zhaojiaowing Imperial College. He had a good background, a good appearance, and a good temper. He was the kind of person who could be hated even if she didn't like him. When Qi Jiajie finally raised his right hand, he put 2 fingers together and hovered in the air an inch above the saber. Qi Jiajie's momentum suddenly changed. If before he was like the 5 great mountains towering over the central plains, now he was like the Guangling River surging eastward into the sea. Chapter 1539. Chai Qingshan said softly to the 2 children, "Look carefully at how others comprehend the sword while watching the tide." When Qi Jiajie was 18, 27, and 36 years old, he had watched the Guangling tide 3 times. Finally, he comprehended the method of operating the qi activity of the sudden inspiration. Looking at the experts of the Jianghu today, Qi Jiajie is far inferior to the 14 Wu judges in terms of qi circulation. He's also not in the front of the 10 people on the Great Snow Plateau. However, in terms of qi circulation, not to mention master, even Shenyuan Qingfeng might not be able to compare. Chai Qingshan couldn't help but snort coldly. "You 2 have been to the Guangling River twice and have seen a lot of excitement. You 2 haven't stopped talking. What did you comprehend in the end?" Song Tinglu turned his back to his master and made a face. The girl said in a deep voice, "Master, I'll definitely watch the tide carefully next time." Chai Qingshan was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Song Tinglu muttered, "Pretend, keep pretending." Shawnee's face instantly turned red. She reached behind her and couldn't help but pull out the new sword, Fuji, that she forged. Every disciple of the sword pool had to forge a new sword if they wanted to leave the sect and travel the Jianghu. Therefore, other than the countless genius swordsmen in the Dongyue sword pool, there were also countless talented swordsmithing masters who left their names in history. As for Shawnee, this disciple that Chai Qingshan had taken a liking to, whether it was learning swordsmanship or forging swords, she had an amazing talent. If a martial artist wanted to have a strong physique, they had to pay attention to step by step. Shawnee was only a 4th grade expert, but her unique understanding of swordsmanship was already at the 2nd grade master realm in Chai Qingshan's opinion. Song Tinglu hurriedly begged for mercy, Junior sister, can you not fight here? There are so many outsiders here. How can I gain an undefeated record in the Jianghu in the future? Shan Yi was too lazy to pay attention to this guy who kept saying that he wanted to gain an undefeated record in the Jianghu. He could learn from anyone, but he just had to learn from that short-lived Wen Bushing in the capital. He said that he didn't want to win against many masters in his life, but he wanted to be undefeated. This was the new sword that he had to bring with him when he left the sect. Otherwise, Song Tinglu would be carrying a wooden sword in the sword pool, acting so sloppy. Qi Jiajia's long saber was almost completely unsheathed, leaving only the tip of the sword unsheathed. Zhao Wenwei said softly, "Okay." Then he realized that Shan Yi was glaring at him, and the confused youth's momentum quickly fell to the bottom. At this critical moment, Su Fengnian actually walked to the street and looked up at Wudong Mountain. On the mountain, in front of the thatched cottage near the elephant cleansing pond, stood a young Taoist dressed in an ordinary Taoist robe from Mount Longhu. Beside him was a man who was squatting on the ground and reading an ancient book with narrowed eyes. The latter said softly, "Focus, this isn't the action of a gentleman." The young Taoist said calmly, "Mister, although it goes against my conscience, my surname is Zhao after all. I'm a Taoist from the Celestial Master Residence. Uncle has been preaching in Great Peace City for many years, and now he's still in a precarious situation in the capital." In his letter, Uncle mocked himself that he couldn't even be Prime Minister Qingxi. Moreover, Mr. also knows that if Wu Lingsu is allowed to gain power, not only will it be a misfortune for Buddhism, but the orthodox Taoism will also be shaken. The scholarly man who seemed to have bad eyesight was almost glued to the page of the book. He sighed and said, "Choosing the lesser of two evils?" He wanted to say something but stopped. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. "I, by you, won't nag about those great principles. Everyone says one is one. We scholars know a lot and like to say 1, 2, 3, 4. If you don't stop us, the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 will also come. Sometimes, if I ask myself, it's really annoying. Alright, do your work. Don't worry about me. This book is not bad. I've searched for many years but couldn't find it. I'll take this chance to read it first." Zhao Ningxin hesitated. Although this time, at most, will make him lose the destiny that was about to form in the western regions. "But mister, you still shouldn't have come to Wudong Mountain. Once he's angry, it's fine if I die, but mister, you shouldn't have died in this Bale Young. Mister should have gone further than Sun Ping in the past." Bai Yu dabbed in his saliva and gently turned a page. He said, "If the heart is too big, the appetite will inevitably be too big. It's harmful to the body." Zhao Ningxin sighed. He walked forward a few steps, closed his eyes, and formed a seal with his fingers. In the Celestial Master Residence of Longhu Mountain, the highest bud of the purple gold lotus in the lotus pond suddenly bloomed and then withered. On the large ship on the first floor of the Qingzhou Navy, there was a scholar sitting cross-legged. There was a bowl of water in front of him. He pinched a clean white stone between his fingers and said with a smile, "Since the matter has come to this, and the situation has changed, don't blame me, Xie Guanying, for adding insult to injury." The stone smashed into the water in the bowl. At the same time, a streak of white light flashed from the southeast to the northwest. After looking at the north, Su Fengnian retracted his gaze and began to turn sideways to look at the east. Without the support of the Qi Jiajia's long spear slid back into its sheath. Qi Jiajia took off the long spear and casually threw it on the street. Yin Changing and the others were confused. Shan Yi and Song Tinglu were also confused. Chai Qingshan, who had been watching the show, also took a step forward. Su Fengnian looked into the distance and said with a smile, "The Dongyue sword pool has poured in all its efforts to forge a new sword. Qi Jiajia is the sword master. The few remaining Qi refinement warriors of Liang have gathered together with Zhao Ningxin of Longhu Mountain and Chai Qingshan's help. The sword that you invited from thousands of miles away is much more extravagant than the sword that I used to kill Han Shengxian." Qi Jiajia said softly, "I'm ashamed." Chai Qingshan was silent. Su Fengnian, who still had the Green Water Pavilion sword training record under his arm, did not show any sign of anger. Mount Wudong is not far, he said. Burning incense and making a wish is quite effective. You'd better pray that I won't be able to block your sword, he said. The girl from the Dongyue sword pool said timidly, Su Fengyan, doesn't the Jianghu say that you are the reincarnation of Zhenwu Great Emperor? What's the use of making wishes? Su Fengyan could not help but say, that's true. Su Fengyan looked at her and the young man who did look like Song Yanqing. The latter quickly grasped the sword hilt with both hands. He knew that the king of Bailiang was very good at borrowing swords without asking for permission, and he would often borrow hundreds or thousands of swords. On the other hand, the girl, who had not grown up yet, blinked at Su Fengyan, indicating that the sword on her back was not bad. If he wanted it, he could take it. There was no need to borrow it. Su Fengyan exhaled softly. He looked to the east and said to himself, there's no need to borrow it. I have my own swords now. Su Fengyan rose from the ground and stepped into the air. In the sky, the man was surrounded by swords like locusts. I have a sword. 2,400 swords. 6,000 miles long. Chapter 1540. The world-renowned Mr. White Lotus was still reading the book. If there were other people around, they would think that this scholar had buried his head in the book. It was a funny scene. Back then, during the battle at the Spring God Lake, Zhao Ningxin invited the ancestors of Mount Longhu, but his golden body was still broken. However, after Zhao Ningxin's realm fell, he resolutely decided to go into a life and death seclusion to cultivate the Dao arts of the Jade Emperor Pavilion, which was as famous as the Wudong Great Yellow Court. Finally, he broke through and stood up again to condense his fate. The purple golden lotus in the Dragon Lake bore a natal bud. In the future, as long as Zhao Ningxin carefully nurtured it, he might be able to ascend like his grandfather Zhao Shi and his father Zhao Danxia. He might even have a higher rank and complete the magnificent feat of ascending on the dragon. Therefore, this time, Zhao Ningxin destroyed his own purple gold lotus and guided the 10,000 miles sword to break Su Fengyan's fate. He was destroying both jade and common stone. Otherwise, with Qi Jiajia's sword strength, he wouldn't be able to fly from Dongyue Sword Lake to Wudong Mountain in the northwest. Zhao Ningxin's body swayed and fell to the ground. He murmured, along the way, I kept telling myself that it was for the sake of the Central Plains orthodoxy, for the people of Liang, and at least for the 1,000-year inheritance of the Celestial Master's mansion in Dragon Tiger Mountain. But in the end, it was just for my own selfish reasons. I wanted to solve the inner demon of my defeat at Spring God Lake. Bai Yu walked to the young Taoist with a book in his hand and said softly, ordinary people bully others, immortal people bully heaven and earth. It's not hard, but it's easy to deceive yourself. It's always easy to say it's easy, but it's hard to say it's hard. He bent down and put his hand on the young Taoist's shoulder. He said softly, Ningxin, don't blame yourself. Since you've passed this hurdle, you should cherish it more. As for me, I won't be able to pass this in my life. I don't want to be like Xian Yuan Jingqing, who can't get out of Mount Hui. In the future, you and I will be senior brothers. You can cultivate in peace on the mountain, and I can be Zhang Julu at the foot of the mountain, or Sun Ping, who died before achieving victory. It doesn't matter anymore. The man from the Taoist Master Mansion, who was personally bestowed the title of Mr. White Lotus by the late Emperor of Liang, squints his eyes and looks into the distance. My eyes are not good. Unfortunately, I can't see how magnificent that sword is. Zhao Ningxin looked into the distance and said bitterly, then I'll take a look for you. At the Green Mule Ferry at the west end of Bailu Lake, under the tight escort of the Qingzhou Navy, 100,000 Nanjiang elite troops began to methodically cross the river. This was undoubtedly a huge project, but the Qingzhou Navy that was temporarily under the command of the King of Jing and Zhao Sun was cautious and conscientious. They won the approval of the Qingzhou Navy, including the general of Nanjiang, Wu Zhongshuan, and changed their bad impression of the Qingzhou Navy that was said to be an embroidered pillow. However, the young vassal king who assisted the Southern Border Army in crossing the river did not have much interaction with that great General Wu. They had only met at the banquet for the Southern Border Generals. However, that night, as long as there were prostitutes in Xiangfan City and even the entire Qing province, almost all of them were invited to the Qing province Navy ship. The king of Jing and Zhao Sun also had the elegant title of Rouge Prince in the literary circle of Qingzhou. On the ship that had quietly withdrawn all of the Qing province navy soldiers, a man and a woman stood at the door to the cabin. They looked at the middle-aged scholar who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time. Earlier, they had watched him inexplicably place down a white bowl and then toss in a stone. The young man was wearing a brocade robe and a jade belt. He was elegant and elegant. The graceful and moving woman also took off her hat after boarding the ship, revealing a face that could make the old Qingzhou faction's bigwigs dumbfounded. The woman and the concubine Pei Nanwei who accompanied the old king to the underworld were 80% similar in appearance and 70% in spirit. The woman frowned and said, "Prince, that light just now was Sword Chi?" The king of Jing and Zhao Sun said helplessly, "You're asking me? AI with my mediocre skills." She didn't pretend to be a mature woman or a shy girl. She didn't even want to smile. She just slightly raised the corner of her mouth. No matter how many times Zhao Sun saw this kind of cold expression, he still felt a rush of excitement. The rising young vassal king of the Liang dynasty held her hand without saying a word. A man in a white robe walked out of the cabin and passed by the two people. He walked to the side of the gray-haired scholar and glanced down. He saw that in the white bowl, there was a thin white line cutting through the water. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand and the bowl disappeared. He slowly got up and walked to the railing with the man in the white robe. He looked around and said with emotion, 800 miles of Spring God Lake. In addition to the Guangling River, there are 4 rivers flowing into it. What a magnificent and boundless place. Even the villagers who have lived by the lake all their lives wouldn't think that the Spring God Lake is actually withering day by day like an old man past his prime. But the white reed lake under our feet is like the scene of the young man gradually turning into the prime of his life. It will become more and more vast and eventually become the biggest lake in the world. Huang Longshi once said that the fate of the world is predetermined, but it doesn't stop moving. The land is the master and the water is the guest. If you don't keep it, you can't get it. The handsome man in the simple white robe didn't comment. The Confucian scholar smiled and said, "For the sake of the fate of Liang and northern Liang, Qi Jiajie had no choice but to give up his lifelong ambition. He abandoned Changwu and went to the sword pool of Dongyue to seek a sword. After Qi Lianhua created havoc in the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City, Liang had no choice but to gather all the remaining Qi cultivators of the northern supporting dragon sect at the sword pool. They used their lives as the price to inject their essence, blood and spirit into the sword furnace. Such a big movement was just an extravagant hope to shatter that person's newly obtained fate. Thinking about it, the Zhao family of Liang was indeed aggrieved. Thousands of scholars died and the Jianghu people flooded in. Then there was the Lotus Peak debate. Even the 2 famous Taoists of Huainan and Jiangnan flocked there. This was the attitude of the whole world. Seeing that Beiliang didn't follow the rules, the person sitting on the dragon throne in Great Peace City couldn't come up with a good solution. To be honest, if I didn't add fuel to the fire, Qi Jiajie and the others wouldn't have succeeded. Chapter 1541. Xie Guining, who ranked first on the celestial map, and Chen Jibao, who left earlier than the 10,000 Shu soldiers who were summoned to quell the rebellion. Xie Guining did not turn to look at the king of Jing'an, who had succeeded in inheriting the title like Su Fengnian. He laughed softly and said, "Without Lu Su's help, he is doing well." Xie Guining joked, "Your Highness, you should give him some face. He admires you a lot. Furthermore, we still have to rely on this emperor of 10 years in the future. Without him, things will be much more troublesome." Chen Jiba looked towards the northwest. The bright white rainbow was becoming more and more majestic. Even the extraordinary king of Shu narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Before Xie Guining noticed the clues and threw the stone into the bowl, in a large reed marsh at the east end of Bailu Lake, a small boat stood still and moved with the waves. On the bow of the boat, there was a bright red robe that spun quickly like a blooming peony. The red robe suddenly stopped. The joyful face looked towards the sky. Just as she was about to fly into the sky, the woman lying on the boat with her eyes closed said, "Don't worry about men's business." In the capital of West Chu, Chao Changqing, who had rushed back to the imperial court from Bailu Lake to take charge of the military and political affairs, came to the wide white jade square outside the hall. His gaze followed the sword light from east to west. He sighed and said, "Lord Yenxing, this sword should have been waiting for me outside Dayan City, right?" Chao Changqing said loudly, "Su Fengyan. Please help Li Chungang, Wang Xianji, Jian Zhihuang, and all the people of Jianghu who have died in Jianghu. Teach the people in the imperial court what Jianghu is." The three Taoists walked along Guangling River to the east. When they could see the outline of Shangfan City, the young Taoist in Wudong robe stopped. The little Taoist whose entire body was flowing with spiritual qi asked curiously, "Master, why aren't you moving?" The man with a sword on his back, who was wearing a Taoist robe from Longhu Mountain but mingling with the Wudong Taoists, frowned and said, "This sword is coming from Dongyue Sword Pool to Wudong Mountain." Li Yufu, the current leader of Wudong sect, who accompanied the carp to transform into a flood dragon in the river and into a dragon in the sea, nodded gently. He did not say anything, but there was a rare anger between his brows. Qi Xianxia, the Taoist priest of Mount Longhu, who came to look for the master and disciple of Wudong, praised, "This sword has no scabbard, the world is the sword's close. If I can face this sword head-on in this life, I will die without regrets." The little Taoist, Yu Fu, said softly, "Life and death, how important is that? Let's not die so easily." Qi Xianxia was speechless. She turned her head and stared at the little Taoist. She smiled knowingly and said, "You look like someone. When he was timid, he was even worse than a woman. When you're brave." Qi Xianxia didn't say that. When he was bold, even the immortals in the heavens were afraid. The donkey-riding middle-aged man, who had already passed Jianghe and entered Shishu Dao, suddenly said angrily, "Li Yang, oh Li Yang, how can you play with this sword like this? Aren't you forcing me, Dong Tai, to go to Beiliang's border?" The young man who was pulling the box on the back of the donkey said with a sad face, "Master, can we not let our emotions affect our decisions? It wasn't easy for us to come to Shishu Dao from there. My calves and stomach have become thinner. In the end, we didn't see any scenery and we have to go beyond Beiliang's Great Wall." The peach blossom sword god, who had never meddled in Li Yang's court, rubbed his chin and said, "Li Yang has gone too far in this matter. It's not as simple as stabbing someone in the back, it's going to someone else's house and digging up the foundation of their house in front of them. Using the words we heard from someone 2 days ago, if the uncle can bear it, the aunt." The young man quickly cut him off and said, "The aunt can also bear it." Dong Tai bent down and rubbed the back of his old companion, the donkey. After thinking for a while, he said, "There's no rush. Master will first take you to see the scenery of Shishu. I have a feeling that in the future, no place in the world will be safe. Only this place will be more peaceful. If you can find a wife here, that would be for the best. When that time comes, Master will have nothing to worry about and can leave Shishu Dao alone." The young man laughed foolishly and said, "That's ridiculous." Dong Tai rolled his eyes and said, "You're just secretly happy." The young man suddenly said angrily, "Although I don't know what happened, if I were the king of Beiliang, a great grandmaster, I would have already killed my way to Great Peace City and beat up that Emperor Li Yang." Dong Tai sighed and said, "So Su Fengyan is the king of Beiliang, and you can only be my, Dong Tai's, useless disciple." The young man said angrily, "I'm really going to find a wife in Shishu Dao. When the time comes, I won't care about you anymore." Dong Tai turned his head and looked to the north. "Then hurry up." At the border between Beiliang's Lu Zhou and Beimang's Gusai Zhou, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was discussing matters with a group of generals including Lu Gui, suddenly strode out of his tent. This king of the northern courtyard had a complicated expression. If he had known this would happen, would Su Fengyan have stayed at Huda City and fought with him again? If he died like this, the history books would say that he was a northwest vassal king who died in battle at the border. He would not die for no reason and cause the door to the central plains to open. At the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City, without those qi cultivators, the imperial astronomer of today was too quiet. A young man wearing a yellow dragon robe and a young man wearing the uniform of the imperial astronomer walked side by side. The emperor tried his best to speak calmly and asked, "Little bookshelf, how confident are you?" Under the sunlight, the young man raised his hand to cover his forehead and looked at the sky. He smiled and said, "I don't know about other things, but someone is unforgivable." The young emperor also smiled. "I'm clearly a formidable person, but my son wants to be a hero. How funny." The young man suddenly became worried. "Brother Emperor, are you not afraid that he will completely side with Beimeng?" The emperor asked. His father, Su Shao, has only done 2 things in his life. He used 20 years to conquer the Central Plains and another 20 years to resist Beimeng. Do you think he dares to side with Beimeng? Does he dare to let his father's efforts go down the drain? The young man said, "Oh." The emperor was extremely happy. He smiled and said, "Right, the Su Fengnian who doesn't want to be a loyal official but a filial son?" Chapter 1542. In the summer town, Mr. Qi, who was as immovable as a mountain, stared at Chai Qingshan and said angrily, "Why didn't you stop Su Fengnian from leaving? Don't you know that the later Su Fengnian meets the sword, the more likely we are to succeed?" Qi Jiajie took a step forward and stretched out his hand. The long banners on the street rose into the air. He glanced at the girl with a single surname beside Chai Qingshan, who was holding the book like it was a treasure, and said angrily, "You just casually threw out a crude copy of the Greenwater Pavilion Sword Practice Manual. Do you, Chai Qingshan, still want the Dongyue sword pool to suppress the Wu family's sword tomb? Have you forgotten why your junior brother Song Yanqing died?" Chai Qingshan rubbed his disciple Shani's head and said with a smile, "Do you think I can stop Su Fengnian if he wants to leave?" Chai Qingshan shook his head and said, "If I join hands with you, the #1 swordsman in the north, and sacrifice our lives, we can delay Su Fengnian for a long time. In the end, the sword will reach Yuzhou, or even the foot of Wudong Mountain. But I don't think this will affect the outcome of the battle. The Dongyue sword pool and the Wu sword mound have been fighting for the title of the sword pool for hundreds of years, from the Dafeng dynasty to the current Liang dynasty. The disciples of the Dongyue sword pool have different levels of swordsmanship and different levels of swordsmanship. Have you ever heard of anyone who failed to honor the swords they forged?" Chai Qingshan sneered and said, "First, junior brother Song Yanqing died for the imperial court. Now, the sword pool forged a sword for you, Qi Jiajie. So I didn't even bring my sword on this trip. Someone needs to beg for food at the foot of the emperor, but I, Chai Qingshan, don't. What? Not convinced? Come and hit me? Anyway, it's not the first time I don't like you and Master Lu Hao." Qi Jiajie was so angry that he lost his composure. Even the long spear trembled in the air. Even Song Tinglu and Shani, the 2 disciples of the sword pool, had their horizons broadened. Master was usually a very serious old man. Why had he changed today? But the boy and girl liked it. This was the good master in their hearts. The girl in white with a sword on her back felt even more satisfied. Su Fengnian had thrown her the Greenwater Pavilion before he left. In her opinion, her master should have met such a person and drank 300 cups of wine together. Therefore, she made a face and shook her head to add fuel to the fire. "What do you think? If you're not convinced, come and hit me. Come and hit me." Song Tinglu turned his head and bared his teeth. Look, as long as that person was not around, his junior sister would reveal her foxtail. But he liked it from the bottom of his heart. The sword pool disciple was angry. "The boy, the boy, the boy." The sword pool youth shouted, "Master, he, Jiajie, the boy. The boy he was. The sword. The sword was shouted A's, he. The sword boy was to stare S's. He. The boy was slapped on the head by his sister. "Song Tinglu, you're his mother." Zhao Wenwei, whose face became thinner after meeting the girl, only dared to say in his heart, "Miss, my name is Zhao Wenwei. I'm a scholar who aspires to be the most famous scholar in history." Qi Jiajie's eyes were fierce. Chai Qingshan had let go. He didn't pretend to be an elder in front of his disciple. He tilted his head and picked his ears. "Qi Jiajie, if I remember correctly, you, the one flying the kite, still have to pay attention to the flying sword thousands of miles away. Don't let it go to waste. If you really want to fight with your life on the line, Then wait until this matter is over. When the time comes, regardless of whether it is your swordsmanship or your state of mind, you will have benefited greatly after this trip. You will have a chance to reach the realm of Deng Tea's sea visit to the immortals. When the time comes, you and I will definitely die. Qi Jiajie suddenly closed his eyes and sensed the thread-like will of the sword. After he opened his eyes, he regained the otherworldly demeanor of Mr. Qi of Grand Peace City. He smiled and said, "Chai Qingshan, you don't have to talk about the demeanor of a swordsman or the honor of Jianghu. You just don't think that the sword can achieve anything. Let me tell you a piece of news. Someone has secretly added a great aura to the sword that is enough to trigger the anomalies of the world." Chai Qingshan narrowed his eyes. "Let's wait and see." Qi Jiajie smiled and waved his hand. The long tortoise and sword were nailed into the pillar of the inn. Han Shengxian was waiting for him in Shenwu City. Yang Taisui was waiting for him outside the Iron Gate. Huang Qing and the Bronze Man Grandmaster were waiting for him in Liuzhou. Diwu Raccoon went to Mount Bubang to find him. Wang Xianji went to Bailiang to find him. Tuoba Bodhisattva was looking for him in the western regions. This time, it was nothing more than a sword looking for Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian broke through the air on the spot. He summoned 2,400 sword wills of 1 qi and took the initiative to meet the sword. Su Fengnian stepped on a sword of qi. He floated in the wind. With the sword under his feet, he walked with the wind. Qi Jiajie was only a medicinal primer carefully prepared by the Liyang imperial court. It was not difficult for Su Fengnian to kill him, whether or not Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool was there to stop him. Why did Qi Jiajie happen to arrive at Fuxia town almost at the same time as Wang Yuanran and the others? Otherwise, with the great reputation of Mr. Qi in the capital and the background of Yin Chongging and the others in the imperial court, how could there not be a few rooms on Mount Wudong for them to stay and rest? Qi Jiajie wanted to use the abundant sword aura that leaked out of the town of escape heat to force Su Fengnian to come down from the mountain and reveal himself. Then he would pretend to unsheath his long sword and have an ulterior motive in this competition. He wanted to bite Su Fengnian's unique qi to death, so that he could find a target for the 10,000ly coming from the east sword. Of course, Su Fengnian was not unfamiliar with this bold move. In fact, to be precise, he was the ancestor of this trick. Back then, when there was a great disparity in strength, he still insisted on killing the cat Han Shengxian. For this purpose, he planned carefully. First, he lent the sword to Suishia Gu in Wu City. Then, he returned the sword to the outside of Shenwu City. Only then, he was lucky enough to kill the Catman who was known as the first person on Earth below the immortals. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "An eye for an eye. It's not that you don't want to take revenge, it's just that it's not time yet." He stepped on the tip of his foot slightly and the tip of his sword slightly tilted. Then, the whole forest of swords soared into the sky and rushed into the thick clouds. When Su Fengnian broke through the clouds together with the swords, it was like a school of fish jumping out of the water. Above the sea of clouds, the rays of the sun shone brightly. The sunlight was so unscrupulous that it seemed to have draped the clouds with a graceful and magnificent golden coat. Heaven and earth were quiet and the atmosphere was peaceful. Only the swords were agile and wanton, leisurely wandering. The duck in the spring river knows when the water is warm, and the cicada is aware before the golden wind rises. The finger mystery state had the ability to predict the future. Therefore, when fighting against the enemy, they always had the advantage. The celestial state, the third realm of the first rank, got its name because of the resonance between man and heaven. Entering this realm was no different from the qi cultivators who were good at prying into the world's atmosphere, or even better. They had a keen intuition about the direction of the general trend, especially when it involved themselves. The highest land immortal among the first-rank 4 realms was known to travel the East Sea in the morning and arrive at the Great Desert in the evening. His wanton and unfettered behavior was worthy of the 4 words, wonderful beyond words. In today's world, who would dare to say that the good-for-nothing crown prince of the past was not a true immortal? The Wudong peaks behind Su Fengnian gradually faded away. He could clearly sense that the distant sword had just flown from Gangnam-do to Huainandao. A battle of life and death was destined to take place above the 9 heavens. But after all, there was still Huainan Dao between them, so Su Fengnian was still not in a hurry. Aside from the 2,400 swords, Su Fengnian stood on the flying sword with his hands behind his back like an immortal on stilts. He stared at the vast sea of clouds and sighed. He never thought that he would have such a day. It had always been Su Fengnian's childhood dream to be a hero who could walk on snow without leaving a trace and leap over roofs and vault over walls. In any case, his Su family already had the Su family saber that could make all heroes in the world bow their heads. Then he would carry his saber and roam Jianghu in Jianghu, eradicating evil, helping those in distress and helping those in distress, killing bandits to save women and children, killing rapists to save beautiful girls. On one hand, he was chivalrous and righteous, and on the other hand, he was acquainted with the heroes of Jianghu whose names shook the world, earning himself a nickname similar to Divine Saber Su Fengnian. At that time, the Jianghu of the Central Plains was quite popular to use the title Gongzi as a suffix. When he was young, His Royal Highness discussed with his eldest sister for a long time and very carefully listed out a large number of Gongzi. For example, if he wore a white gown, he would use the title Jade Tree Gongzi. If he wore a green gown, he would be called Azure Dragon Gongzi. He had long promised his younger brother Huang Man that he would help him snatch the world's most beautiful woman as his wife. It was a pity that second sister, who only liked to read history and military books, scoffed at this. But when the youth vowed that he would find a good wife, just like how Su Shao had found his mother in the Jianghu, second sister finally smiled. Second sister finally smiled. For the first time, she didn't mock her. His Royal Highness, who was lawless in Baoyang, only heard later that there might be immortals in the world who could fly through the clouds like birds. One time, when he was bored, he went to bully a certain young girl who held a Shun glyph dagger in her sleep. He purposefully scared her, telling her that his body was so strange that even he was afraid of it, that he was a martial genius that only appeared once in 100 years. If he was willing to practice martial arts and the sword, he would be able to fly on his sword and defecate above Great Peace City in 15 minutes. With a thought, the swords moved. The dense swords around Su Fengnian spread out slightly, but the flying sword under his feet would be in front of a flying sword every 100 feet, and the swords would collide with each other. Su Fengnian smiled as he stepped out and stepped on the sword 10 zhang away. He repeated this, one sword for another, and started to run. Chapter 1543. A long, long time ago, when they had just settled down in Mount Qingliang, the eldest sister had not yet married off to the distant Jiangnan, the second sister had not yet had a wheelchair as a companion, and the younger brother had not yet been enlightened. The 4 innocent and happy children would randomly find an empty space, set up a grid, and jump around for an entire afternoon without tiring. When it was time to eat, the man who did not wear armor and thus only looked like a rich man would always call for the children under his wife's orders. His legs were slightly lame, and the man had a temperament of wanting to save face in front of his children. As a result, he would only laugh happily and watch them play. If it were not for his wife personally coming to catch them, the man would continue to watch, telling them to slow down and not fall. No one would ever know why. Ever since he left Liaodong and Jinzhou, a man who had seen the magnificent scenery of northern Han, later Sui, western Shu, and so many other countries, would, in the end, patiently watch his 4 children perform the same routine over and over again. Yet, after his wife urged him to leave, he would feel reluctant to part. It was as if he hoped that his 4 children would always be this carefree, that they would not grow up, that the woman would not marry out of the family, and that the son would not take on any burdens. Perhaps no one would ever know that there was a young man, who was not a sword immortal of the land, who jumped around on a flying sword above the sea of clouds just because he thought of the happy times of his childhood. Su Fengnian finally stopped and lay down on his back. Beneath him, 100 flying swords instantly gathered and connected. Su Fengnian lay on a large bed of flying swords. He narrowed his eyes and gazed at the sky, the brilliant sunlight falling on his body. His golden body was resplendent. Not long ago, on an official road in Yuzhou near Escape Summer Town, the exhausted young woman could no longer endure the scorching sun. She told her companion that she wanted to rest for a while. Afterwards, She leaned against the trunk of a willow tree by the side of the road and took a nap. A bald little monk in a tattered kasaya squatted by the young woman's side. After she fell asleep, he gently waved his sleeve, fanning a gentle breeze. However, the little monk was a little worried. He noticed that she seemed to be having nightmares again. He frowned. It wasn't just this afternoon nap. In fact, ever since the two of them entered Baelyong's territory, she often had nightmares like this. She would wake up in the middle of the night from time to time. No matter how tired she was, she would refuse to close her eyes and sleep. I didn't take good care of Thingy. Thingy has suffered a lot. She hasn't bought any rouge for more than half a year. She doesn't even look at the shops. Thingy even deliberately said that she doesn't like rouge anymore. Master, while Thingy still likes rouge, please teach me. This time, I will study diligently and become a Buddha as soon as possible. The small monk suddenly heard a very familiar voice. This stupid disciple of yours. The little monk hurriedly raised his head with a face full of pleasant surprise. Then he stretched out his finger and made a shushing sound, indicating that the newcomer should not disturb her. The little monk did not even bother to wipe away the tears on his face. The white-robed monk who had rushed over from Mount Wudong sighed in his heart. His daughter was right. She was a stupid girl. Li Xiaoxin slowly sat down on the ground. Abbot. The area within a radius of 10 feet immediately became cool. The white-robed monk closed his eyes and gently stretched out his hand to touch the space between his daughter's eyebrows. 3 years of Xiangfu. It was the end of autumn. The Baimang army had gathered again. 400,000 elites were continuously pressing on Huayang Pass. A young monk broke through the clouds and landed outside the city like an immortal. He sat cross-legged. The young monk suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The world is so big. Please allow me to erect a benevolent monument in front of Baimang City." He closed his eyes and put his palms together. In fact, he did not say it out loud. No matter how big the world was, it was only the east, west, north, and south. The cavalry did not charge. Instead, they slowly held the line and then released thousands of arrows. The arrows were densely packed like a swarm of locusts. The entire sky was like a fragile piece of silk that was instantly torn apart by sharp weapons. The young monk lowered his head and chanted sutras, forming a golden body. As waves of arrows rained down, the monk's golden light began to waver and weaken. The arrow rain was endless. Scarlet blood began to gradually soak the kasaya. The lips of the young monk who was covered in blood trembled. He lowered his head and murmured, "Master, you have said that deep in love. Do you regret it? I don't understand the principles you said, but it doesn't matter. If I go west, I'll go. If I become a Buddha, I'll become a Buddha." For some reason, his scarlet body turned into a golden color in an instant. The monk, whose vision was blurred, turned his head with difficulty and looked at the city wall. His face was full of tears, but he grinned. He raised his hand and patted his ear, as if he was telling someone something. He turned his head and bent down slightly. He reached out and pushed the sand in front of his feet. It seemed that he was lifting something up for setting down something. He bent 2 fingers and gently knocked. Between heaven and earth. Suddenly, there was a clear and melodious sound of a wooden fish. Under the shade of the willow, the girl suddenly cried. After opening her eyes, she looked around blankly. When she saw that the stupid Nanbei was still there and that white robe, she did not know if she was still dreaming. She cried even harder. The little monk, who did not know what to do, pulled his master's sleeve and said in a hoarse voice, "Master, what's wrong with her?" The white-robed monk held his daughter in his arms and comforted her softly. Okay, silly girl, don't be afraid. Father and the stupid Nanbei are here." The white-robed monk reached out and wiped his daughter's forehead. She fell into a deep sleep. This time, she had no dreams and slept very soundly. Li Xiaoxin let his daughter continue to sit against the willow tree. After helping to wipe the tears on her cheeks, he touched his big bald head and turned to the little bald head beside him and said, "Nanbei, when she wakes up, take her to the Xiang Palace on Mount Wudong. Your master's wife is waiting for you there. She complains that the vegetarian dishes in the Taoist temple on the mountain have no oil and are not delicious. She misses your cooking very much. Remember to buy more chicken, duck, and fish at the small town at the foot of the mountain. When I come back, let's have a good meal together tonight. The little monk Nanbei said awkwardly, I don't have money. Master, do you? The white-robed monk glared and said in a low voice, when you reach Bailiang, will the Su guy not provide food? At worst, you can go to that place called Escape Summer Town and tell them your names. Just say that you are my daughter and disciple. The little monk asked, what if it doesn't work? The white-robed monk said unhappily, then when you go up the mountain, go to the Su guy's thatched cottage and secretly pick a few cucumbers. The small monk rubbed his bald head and let out a sigh. The white-robed monk slowly got up and said, do as you see fit. I have to go and send that kid off. The two dynasties of Liang and Beimang have destroyed Buddhism. Only Bailiang worships Buddhism. If this is intolerable, then I have no Zen. I have to recite Zen properly. The little monk said nervously, Master, when you meet Su Fengnian, you must be polite. He is a good person. Oh right, Master, you didn't bring the sharpened kitchen knife when you went down the mountain this time, right? If you did, I will need it to cook at night. Master, you don't have to bring it. The white-robed monk waved his sleeves and jumped up. After reaching a height of several hundred feet, he walked towards the sky step by step. One step, one lotus. Li Xiaoxin said to himself, Disciple, you can forget about becoming a Buddha. I'm good at this. On this day, the sky above Bailiang was like a lotus pond suspended in the sky. After that, there were even Buddhas sitting on lotuses. In the sky nearly 100 miles away from the border of Hezhou, the white-robed monk caught up with the young lord who was flying east on his sword. Su Fengnian stopped the spectacular sword formation and asked, Master, is there anything I can help you with? The two were already above the sea of clouds, but the white-robed monk still pointed to a higher place. You should know, right? Su Fengnian smiled and said, Of course. In addition to Qi Jiajie's sword and Xie Guaniying's interference, there will be some people who will not tolerate me. But don't worry, Master, it is all within my expectations. When there are too many lice, there is no need to be afraid of being bitten. When there are too many debts, there is no need to worry. Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the vast and unfathomable space and sneered, If it was before the battle with Huang Qing, I would still be a little afraid. But now it's nothing. The white-robed monk looked at the Northwest Lord who opened the door of Bailiang to accept all the monks in the world, and said in a deep voice, I am not helping you, Su Fengnian. Of course, I can't help you much. But the pure land of Bailiang is what my master, martial uncle, and that useless monk of Mount Lantua want to see. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment and finally said bluntly, Master, you should know that I am guarding the Northwest and resisting Beimang's million-strong army out of selfishness. If I wasn't Su Zhao's son, if it wasn't for the fact that my northern Liang cavalry had taken root here for 20 years, their blood, sweat, and tears were all here, then I, Su Fengnian, might have at most single-handedly killed several dozen northern Mang generals and tried to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva. I definitely wouldn't have defended the border to the death in Liang province. As for accepting all the monks in the world, isn't it like being angry with Liang? The white-robed monk waved his hand impatiently. I don't care what you think. I only care about what you do and what you do. Su Fengnian laughed it off. The white-robed monk snorted and said, This sword is not simple. Don't die. My daughter and disciple have some debts with Escape Summer Town. They are waiting for you, Su Fengnian, to return them. Su Fengnian smiled and said, No problem. Su Fengnian turned around and continued to fly on his sword, heading straight for the border between Bailiang and Huainan. The white-robed monk turned to face the west, but when he turned his head to look at the slightly lonely slender figure, he somewhat resembled himself when he went down the mountain from the two Zen temples and traveled thousands of miles to the west alone. The white-robed monk smiled. Not long ago on Mount Wudong, his wife said that it would be great if they had 2 daughters. At that time, he thought it was ridiculous, but now it seemed that it was not so ridiculous. The white-robed monk put his palms together and softly chanted the name of Buddha.